Well, that's incredible. I haven't made that mistake in quite a while. I thought I was streaming for the last like 10 minutes, and then I look at my thing and it said I'm still not streaming yet. So that's silly. What up, everybody?
Did Michigan just propose a law that bans VPNs or virtual private networks? And yeah, they did. And they did it with a straight face. Now, a lot of you are familiar with my military content, but I am a software engineer and cybersecurity guy. Believe it or not, this is not a commercial for VPNs. I'm not even going to run a VPN ad. But what is a VPN? It's a virtual private network. It's a tunnel between your computer and the public internet, which is encrypted. And it can also make you seem like you're in a different network. That's why a lot of VPN ads say, oh, you can watch Netflix from a different country. You're essentially moving your location, but your connection is encrypted between your computer and the public internet. Now, a lot of people use VPNs to work from home.
How does it feel that you're so pathetic that you would twerk for $50? Buddy, you shovel fries for 8 hours a day for $50, so...
and make it look like they're on a corporate network. Or you connect the servers of multiple offices seamlessly. This allows like a doctor's office to be on the same network as their affiliated hospital. That way they can read medical records securely. Banning VPNs would suddenly criminalize working from home. Having 2 or more office locations, maybe even using a credit card processing tool or reading medical results over the internet. I read the legislation so you don't have to. Today we're going to talk about the Michigan House Bill 4938, Anti-Corruption Public Morals Act. I love the name, man. It feels like we need a guy in a boater hat talking about pool. Folks, we got trouble right here in River City with a capital V, and that rhymes with P, and that stands for N. That's VPN. And actually, this is sponsored by a representative named Josh Shriver, who is not a software engineer. He's a kindergarten teacher in Detroit. So I get it. You want to protect children. I'm picking up what you're putting down, but you might want to have some circle time with some engineers before legislating there, bub. Short version, this is kind of sold as an anti-adult content, protect the children bill. Buried in the text is a section that basically tells internet providers you have to spy on what everyone is doing and block VPNs and anything that looks like them. This is a very bad idea. Quick thing here, you want a really good idea, be the coolest guy at a Christmas party, grab my NORAD Christmas sweater from Bunker Branding. I also have a Hanukkah sweater, and you will be the coolest guy at the Christmas party. People will come up and talk.
Like, only the Republicans are just so fucking crazy and stupid and unhinged and totalitarian, where they would propose banning VPNs. Like, it's just fucking insane. Like, the person who's doing this, by the way, like, I used to see stuff like this, being proposed by boomers, like dudes who are like 60 or 70 or something, who like literally didn't know what the internet was. This guy looks like he's 20 something. Just fucking crazy. Congratulations, you're banned.
Talk to you. Let me start by saying that this is something that every IT department in Michigan should spit out their coffee at, right? The bill says that internet providers in the state must implement mandatory filtering technology and actively block circumvention tools, so that the Michigan legislature, what they did here is they bypassed the Fourth Amendment with the mandate that a private company does their illegal search for them. And they did it with a straight face. Then it defines circumvention tools as any software, hardware, or device designated to bypass internet filtering mechanisms or content restrictions, including virtual private networks, proxy servers, and encrypted tunneling methods. So this isn't me inferring that VPNs are going to be banned. It's literally in the bill. On top of that, it bans the sale of circumvention tools to access prohibited material. So if you're a company that sells VPN services, a service provider that sets up VPNs for clients, an app developer, the VPN in the App Store, or you're Microsoft, who's using Azure VPN, you're going to be at risk.
Yeah.
And because this internet service provider is required to monitor and block VPNs, in practice, they have to interfere with encrypted connections. The same tech that everybody uses for working from home, managing servers, or protecting sensitive data. So yeah, the language in this bill is broad enough that it could absolutely break all work from home setups in Michigan. In fact, all corporate networks would be broken with this bill. And you wouldn't be able to check your email. There's a heck of a lot of cars that are built in Michigan, so I'd imagine that a company like Ford has a VPN link with their suppliers to enable just-in-time ordering. Like, you just put a seat in a vehicle, so you order another seat from your suppliers. You do that over a VPN you're connected to your supplier with. And that's gone. Now, quick detour on what a VPN actually is here, because lawmakers think that VPNs are really like teenagers watching anime with too many tentacles. A VPN is just an encrypted tunnel from your network to a network you trust. You use it when you work from home and you want to connect to the corporate network. You're on airport Wi-Fi. You don't want the guy with the pineapple router reading your traffic. You're a journalist. You're an activist. You're a domestic violence survivor trying not to get doxxed. I use VPNs to access content in Russia because Russia bans US IP addresses from accessing the Ministry of Defense site. And companies use VPNs for penetration testing so they can pretend they're in a different place and then try to attack their own network to make sure their network is secure. The US government literally funds VPNs through the Open Technology Fund to help people bypass internet censorship in countries like Russia, Iran, and China. And then this bill turns around and says, yeah, but here at home, those same tools are contraband. Like, that's freaking dangerous. When we're implementing the same kind of censorship tool as Iran, we're probably not doing the right thing. The important part of this video is that you understand the state is basically conscripting internet service providers to be censors and hunters. And to hunt VPNs, you have to very clearly look at how people are using the internet. Now, if I put on my network engineer hat or my cybersecurity hat here, if you tell an ISP to block VPNs, proxies, and encrypted tunnels.
Clav reacts to Greg's video on him. Also another vid with more Clav ments.
Are you sure Streamlabs is down? Because somebody just donated.
That's Greg video, man. What the fuck?
I was planning on reacting to Greg's video. I guess we could just react to this.
Go ahead.
What's the main reason why you started to bodybuild or whatever you call it?
Because I was a Terra incel and I never had
I have a feeling he's gonna call these women ugly fat whores, but we'll see. We can watch that next. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
There's only a few ways to do that. Option one is block by IP and host name. That's probably the easiest, right? Keep a list of known commercial VPN endpoints and block those IPs or host names. The problem is that this hits Proton or NordVPN or whatever, but it also hits your employer's VPN gateway. And it turns into this permanent cat and mouse game where providers just add more endpoints and the blacklist can update. You can also update by protocol and port. So like, I think most commercial VPNs, I want to say they use 1194 as their port. So you can block that port and try to detect like OpenVPN, WireGuard, IPsec, or SSL VPNs. But now you're blocking like legitimate corporate VPNs, remote login for staff, telehealth sessions, remote access to industrial control systems. So the person that built the machine that is making the Ford cars, who are in the Netherlands or whatever, that company, if there's a problem with that machine, that the guy from that company is probably logging in and looking at that machine and saying, oh, we need to adjust this tension bar by a millimeter, right? That's gone. Just like that. That guy who built the machine in Norway can't log in anymore. And yeah, it also hurts regular people working from home. You can also deploy gear to kind of sniff these packets and see what smells VPN-ish. Remember, everything going through a VPN is encrypted, and if you're going to encrypt something, it's going to make the message a little bit bigger. So you have to break up these messages into smaller chunks to conform to the mean transmission unit rules, meaning you have larger messages that are broken down. So now your traffic is like 20% noisier or so. You're more verbose running a VPN than otherwise. At that point, your internet service provider has effectively become a mass surveillance tool node. and they're looking at how your traffic behaves in order to stop you from hiding it. And there's no way to do this safely and narrowly. You're either over-blocking and breaking legitimate use cases, or you're under-blocking and getting sued and fined by the state. You can't have privacy and censorship at scale. You can't have both. Those two things fight each other, right? So this is a security nightmare, and every security engineer watching this already knows the punchline. VPNs are not just for adult content. They're a security control. This isn't just about whether a child in Michigan might accidentally watch a spicy video. If you're in a ransomware gang or a foreign intelligence service, you love this bill. It forces entire sectors to weaken one of the main tools they use to stay safe online. We pull the camera back here. We've spent 20 years.
YouTube's being really fucking annoying with automatically lowering the fucking bitrate.
Here's criticizing China and Russia for building national firewalls and blocking circumvention tools. We funded projects to help people in these countries get around censorship, and now Michigan is requiring statewide content filters and criminalizing penalties for distributing certain kinds of speech. It's a de facto ban on the tools that we tell dissidents to use overseas. You can't have it both ways.
Yeah.
You can't say overseas VPNs are a human rights tool. Here they're a felony. Now combine that with a VPN ban, and you've just given the state the power to decide what identities are obscene, monitor whether you're trying to read or talk about them, and then punish anyone who tries to get around that censorship. That's not public moral. We're gonna go like, hey, remember that bill that passed when we all were distracted because Trump said something crazy?
It's almost as if Republicans are crazy and stupid and incompetent.
This man clavicular says that he is influenced to do anything, that he's his own man and he's just logical. I disagree. I think he's comparing himself to other people and saying there's better looking people out there.
Wrong.
And so I need to do better.
So you want to be 99th percentile at all aspects of life?
Absolutely.
Except maybe longevity.
Yeah.
I mean, not even.
Well, dude, it's like sometimes you have to sacrifice a little bit of longevity to maximize other metrics. Like, you know what I mean? You can't really have it all in life. Like, you know, certainly with higher end dosages of testosterone, you know, the cardiovascular strain, sure, maybe you're taking like, you know, a single digit amount of years off of your lifespan potentially. You know, that's not even really, with retatrutide, you know, keeping your lipids in check, that might not even be the case. And if you're running like regular TRT dosages, you know, there will be next to no, effects on your lifespan. So certainly with the other shit that we do, like, you know, the stimulants and the vasoconstriction, combined with testosterone, fuck yeah. I mean, that's not great for longevity, but does it accomplish a purpose? You know, is it very good for looks maxing? Abso-fucking-lutely. So there's no reason to sit here and fucking virtue signal about some longevity bullshit and sell people compliments at the end of the day, because that's all this fucking guy does is promote his compliment brand, right? This is the same guy that got exposed for selling snake oil agdisterone pills, right? So I'm not going to sit here and act like this is a fucking good guy who wants the best for people when he literally sold snake oil to thousands of kids, right? Whereas if they were to actually, you know, go to a doctor and use pharma grade HGH during their puberty, they would get results.
$3. You're doing things they can't understand. That's why they hate. They so far from the plot. They think you lost.
Turn up the volume.
Turn up the volume on the. Yeah, I got you.
I mean, I just disagree. I think all of us are gonna have better longevity than the average person.
Not necessarily. I mean,
if we stop being fucking retarded math maxers.
Yeah, it's really just that. So yeah, this guy's just trying to sell you a bunch of compliments. So you know, it's fine.
Yeah, why is he doing meth?
Like, I respect the business, but don't sit here and fucking pander to retarded normies like you're actually trying to do them a favor.
In today's video, it's on clavicular.
Oh yeah.
This guy is one of the most interesting characters
I'm not a character.
Ever seen. He reminds me of a combination of Togi and Brian Johnson, of all people, rolled up into one, except this guy...
Is he doing cocaine or meth right now? Is that what he's doing with, like, lips and the thing?
Guy is not trying to age Max. He doesn't care about living. He cares.
Shut up. Okay, don't fucking retardedly make claims like that. You really can't. You can't be doing that and have people take you seriously.
Maximizing his looks at all costs.
All
I don't want to
costs.
spoil the entire video, but here's some things that he's done. He started using steroids at 14. He wants to lengthen his limbs because he's only 6'2".
Only. Yeah, Greg. Hey, Greg. How tall are you?
Implants.
Hey, guys. Pharmaceutical.
Is that the video?
So.
In order to make him look prettier, wears makeup, and he's a neural divergent. Which
motherfucker can't even say neural.
Right, you're on Neuralink.
Yeah, I'm a
Neuralink.
I'm a Neuralink divergent. It's like, guys, who the fuck even are these people? Really, at the end of the day, is this supposed to be your figure of authority? Like, what the fuck is wrong with the fitness community? My God, you could really run circles around these people. I mean, Derek More Plates More Dates, certainly a very intelligent guy, maybe a little bit, focusing on the wrong things, let's just say, in terms of what's an important area of your life to maximize. But he's pretty base all around. He knows his stuff. But Coach Greg really just has no fucking idea what he's talking about, right? If you don't even know how to pronounce the word neurodivergent, you think it's neural, why are you making videos, trying to be a figure of authority? It doesn't really make any sense to me. It's like, make your fucking fitness videos and talk about, hypertrophy, talk about fucking optimal splits and frequency. But, you got no fucking idea about the shit that I'm talking
about.
Lower
the bit rate, it's lagging.
Lower the bit rate? Why is
I think it's the Wi-Fi is like tripping. We just upgraded the fucking Wi-Fi, guys. We have 2.5 gigabytes per second.
It's settings. Is it actually lagging though?
Dude.
I don't think it's lagging. It's good. I think they're trolling.
No, you're saying it's.
Yeah, it's at 8K. We'll lower it to 7.
Yeah, it keeps pretty high.
Yeah. Wait. Let me check on the IRL toolkit real quick, and we'll see how we're doing. IRL.run. We'll see how many bits. Oh, we're getting 7,000 bits. It's all good.
Something to do with autism or something. And he's very, very bright. I'm going to argue that he has body dysmorphia and that.
Okay, what the fuck are we talking about here? Body dysmorphia? Could we not start off with something so easy to dispute? It's like, I'm trying to improve myself. So if you just, prescribe that definition to anyone who is, not satisfied.
Thanks to you, I decided to start test 175 milligrams per week. In 2 months I'm 12 pounds heavier while looking significantly leaner. All that on a surplus, by the way, lol. All lifts are up. Gained 1 inch on my arms while getting lean. And blood work is clean AF. Cheers.
Yeah, dude. Staying natural is just fucking stupid. Just why? Like, worst case scenario on a low dose, your blood work is just, like, about the same. Best case scenario, it improves slightly. And then you just make more gains and shit. So, yeah. But that's pretty dope, dude. Thanks for the donation, Stoic.
Satisfied with where they're at currently, then you're just a retard. Because at the end of the day, the reason that you go to the gym is because you want to progress. You're not satisfied with your current fitness level. There's no other reason that anyone goes to. That's the only reason someone would go to. Not because it makes them feel good. Like actually training, it's the result of what that gets you. So if you want to say that everyone who wants to improve has body dysmorphia, then you're just retarded, man. So shut the fuck up.
He somehow messed things up during his childhood, and that this is not the kind of guy that we should emulate. Now, he does in fact make exceptional points. I'm not gonna lie, I went into this a little bit biased, but he expresses himself very well. It's hard to believe he's only 19 years of age. If you have a kid watching this guy's videos, I'm warning you, be careful.
Take me back to 14-year-old.
Okay, this is what I'll say about the whole kid argument. There's a lot of influencers out there that are promoting liquor, that are promoting gambling, a bunch of fucking other shit that's not good, rug pulling people on crypto. but goddamn, I'm the fucking one that's the worst because I tell
Steroids. Oh, the worst drug imaginable. Oh, how could you be such a negative influence on the children, telling them to get big and strong? You should be telling them how to get sick, with alcohol, how to, give themselves liver disease, kidney failure, brain damage, cancer. Why can't you just try to convince kids to drink alcohol? Or get addicted to gambling? But you are one of the worst people imaginable by telling kids to get big and strong. How dare you?
Tell people, you could really improve your life if you just decide to, put the research in, go to a doctor, and actually do things the right fucking way. You can get a lot out of that, but I'm such a goddamn bad influence on kids, but not fucking people doing crypto rug pulls and bullshit like that, drinking, promoting obesity and liberalism. But goddamn, those people, no, they're fine, Greg. But
fight.
Let me take a look. Oh my god. Oh my god. What in the hell is going on here? Oh my goodness. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus Christ. Oh, there's Maui. He's very orange-like. Cats are silly. Thanks for the donation, even though.
Hey VG, guess who's back in the news?
Let me take
Police
a look.
in Wisconsin say a young woman at the center of the Slender Man stabbing case is now on the run. The Madison Police Department says Morgan Geyser cut off her ankle monitor and left a group home Saturday night. In 2014, Geyser and another child were accused of trying to kill their friend in an attempt to please an online character called Slender Man. All of them were 12 years old at the time. ABC's Jacqueline Lee is following the story for us. Joining us now, Jacqueline, what do we know about how all of this unfolded?
Hey, Ike, so the Madison Police Department saying she cut off her monitoring bracelet, leaving that group home last night. She was last seen with an adult given the violent nature of her previous conviction. Police
She probably was trying to go out on a date, if I had to guess.
asking the public to call 911 if they see her. Ike.
Jacqueline, what are we hearing now from the victim's family?
Aware of the most recent situation for the Lutner family. To that supervised.
Okay. Well, I guess that happened. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But goddamn, I tell people that, maybe with modern science they can improve upon their genetics. Give me a fucking break, man, please.
What was the exact moment you decided that natural puberty wasn't enough?
I thought, why would I work out as a natural? Take
Dude,
years
I need
to
to do a
make
study on
progress.
this.
that
Is
I
not
can
enough
make
dopamine.
This already could be an entire video. He started injecting 300 milligrams of testosterone a week at 14. He asked, where did you get this information? And I was praying he wouldn't have said from Coach Greg. And thankfully he said Derek.
Yeah, because Derek's actually fucking smart, you retard. Okay, yeah, thankfully he said Derek. Yeah, maybe because you're a snake oil salesman, retard selling fucking compliments. So get the fuck out of here with that bullshit, Greg. I hope we can get along one day. I'm not trying to, be overly, aggressive towards you or whatever. But goddamn, man, goddamn. I hopefully you take this back.
Information, and I was praying he wouldn't have said from Coach Greg. And thankfully he said Derek. Why should you wait when you can get your gains sooner than last time? For being an intelligent 19-year-old, I'm surprised he couldn't answer these questions himself. At 14, you haven't even gone through puberty yet. Why are you...
Pretty sure Arnold Schwarzenegger was on steroids when he was about 15. I think he was taking nandrolone, decanoate, and whatchamacall. Diana Ball when he was 15. 21st Savage, $20. Were you cool with Clarence filming your house street? Also, yep. Well, yeah. Yeah, sounds about right. They're chimpanzees.
Cioè, ditemi voi se è normale che alle 6:30 di mattina questi si...
Dude, the Islamic prayer shit is just fucking crazy. Good question. Let me see. Why do they climb everywhere? I don't know.
وريهم خير ان شاء الله خليها تكميل ثم اروح ان شاء الله.
Okay, they're annoying. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
Stole test from my dad when I was 14. He was too fucked up to notice and I kept it hidden for a while before deciding to wait till I was older. I'm 26 now and wish I started blasting. I don't fucking care. I would have fucked so much more and die happy.
Okay, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, Pino. Kid Beard on $8. This dude makes base take and crybaby women in his comment section. Prove his point.
A study on this.
Okay.
Women don't try. Women don't go anywhere close to failure. That's why they can train legs 3 times a week. You train competitive women. It's different. Normal women are lazy as fuck when they train. They're more interested in cleaning the equipment before and after they use it than actually doing a set. They did a study on this.
Okay.
Women don't.
Yep. Dude, this is like hilarious. You don't train hard either, you just take gear. It's funny how, like, they think that's an own. Plenty of men in the gym don't train hard enough. Like, oh my god, dude. Copium. Like, well, anyway. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
She honestly should never have been let out of prison in the first place. Also, VG, something is wrong with Steam Labs.
Yeah, apparently some people are having trouble getting it to load and shit. Don't really know what to do about that. Yeah, they probably shouldn't have let her out of prison. I guess now they know. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It looks like this clavicular guy spent a lot of money to just look average. By the way, does he have an actual YouTube channel?
Yes. I believe he does have a YouTube channel. I don't know what you mean by average. Average is a pretty low bar these days. I'd say he looks better than average, but that's not saying much necessarily. Thanks for the donation, though, the Than Thou. Retard donated $3. Let me see. kick streamer clavicular injected fat dissolving peptides into a 17-year-old girlfriend on stream.
I hear you got the plug for those fresh Stacy's.
Is that hyaluronic acid?
Dude,
What do they mean fat dissolving peptides?
Think they're going crazy.
Chat, we're looks maxing her. It's all good. Dr. Clav? Yeah.
Yeah, so here it says clavicular injecting a 17-year-old girlfriend with face filler. Face filler is entirely different than fat dissolving peptide. I don't even know what he means by fat dissolving peptide. I don't think there's such a thing. I know there is like a weird drug or something that supposedly dissolves body fat if you spot inject it, but it causes bruising, and there's no fucking chance that Clav would inject that into somebody's face. You're not supposed to inject it into your face. It's just this just sounds like fucktards who don't know what the hell they're talking about, and they're just making shit up. Everyone just makes shit up. Yeah, I've seen this stupid shit. Yeah, it's some like TikTok Chinese bullcrap. Thanks for the donation, retard. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Who believe that they know somebody who was killed by a COVID vaccine. Killed? Killed. 25% of Americans, 52% of Americans believe that the vaccines are causing injuries, including death. 52%. Oh, if you look at the clinical trial studies, the actual studies that were done, that were released, of the Pfizer vaccine, Moderna has not released it. If you look at the Pfizer vaccine, there were 22,000 people in the placebo group, 22,000 people who got the actual vaccine. And the people who got the vaccine had a 23% higher death rate from all causes at the end.
That is not true. He literally just made that up.
That study.
But that could not be the disease itself?
No, well,
because we know that
if it is, then the vaccine.
He literally made that up. That is entirely a fabrication on his part. He just made it up.
It doesn't work, does
it? Well, it's early. Well, no, that's not. That's.
Yeah, Bill Maher should have just said, "You made that up. None of that's true, and you live in a fantasy world." Yeah, pretty much.
He's bleeding out. We're losing him.
I decide when we're losing him.
A groundbreaking new medical drama.
We lost him. Time of death, 5:22. Cause of death, the COVID vaccine.
RFK Hospital.
Sick of
The only hospital brave enough to follow the medical advice of America's health secretary.
It's all right, trying to squeeze in lunch. What are you looking at?
We have a patient with a strange virus that's weakening his immune system.
Interesting. Has he been swimming in any raw sewage?
Not that I know of.
That's your problem right there. Have him spend a few hours in fecal matter creek. He'll be better in no time.
Led by a doctor who knows that medical science doesn't have to be based on anything in particular.
Come on. I told you never interrupt me when I do pull-ups in jeans.
Sorry, but we have a patient with a fractured clavicle. Should I administer painkillers?
And give the patient autism? No, thank you.
Well,
This is everything I ate for 24 hours is a vegan who works 2 jobs and is planning a wedding. I needed to get my morning workout in, so I went for a Pilates class followed by a strawberry oat matcha from Q. Then for a high protein brunch, I went to Privé and got their vegan croissant, followed by their Middle Eastern avocado toast with chipotle cumin hummus.
When she says she works 2 jobs, I think that's a little misleading. Sounds like one job is like 2 days a week, the other job's 3 days a week. You know.
Cumin lime roasted chickpeas and a side salad. This was honestly insanely filling but also incredibly nourishing. In the afternoon, we went to Bala to get some work done at their new outlet where we got a strawberry matcha and a blue pea matcha. They were both so good. Bala just never goes wrong with their drinks. Then for dinner, we head to Sawasdi. This is my go-to spot for vegan Thai dishes. We got the lime soda, pat krapao with tofu, olive fried rice, and tom yum soup. The dishes here are just packed with so much flavor. Enjoy and follow for more.
I wouldn't want to eat out that much. Oh my god. That's a cat. Those are cats.
I'm trying the traditional plant-based food from around the world, and this is my favorite dessert from Turkey. Let's make kabak tatlısı. When I visited Istanbul, I was blown away that there's a traditional dessert that combines pumpkin, tahini, and walnuts. Since then, I wanted to recreate it at home, and luckily, it couldn't be easier. Even if you can't find a Turkish pumpkin like this, you can use other varieties like butternut squash. What really matters is to first macerate the pumpkin in sugar to draw out the natural juices. It's then simmered in those juices until completely tender, giving the resulting syrup an incredible flavor. Surprisingly, the pumpkin itself won't actually taste overly sweet. Instead, it's a combination with a sweet syrup, the nutty tahini, and some crushed walnuts that turns this into a showstopper of a dessert. Wunderbar!
That seems underwhelming.
This pen is coming.
Okay, I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You could try sending them a support ticket after you need the money, VG.
We'll see how things go. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You're better looking than him by a mile. There's no contest. Entirely, I don't know why, but Joey insists on shoving his posterior region into my elbow.
Yeah, Gummy does that sometimes too. Thanks for the donation, Lethan, though.
Mr. Boom.
I think that's AI. The cat didn't actually say that. Thanks for the donation, though, Stoic.
Do you see yourself as black? This may surprise you, but you may have more European ancestry than sub-Saharan ancestry, since your father is from Antigua and most Antiguans have small amount of European ancestry from colonial history, 10 to 15%.
I don't care. All I've been thinking about all day is blueberries. I took a very, very ridiculously large amount of CBD, and I've been high all day. So I've basically just been thinking of blueberries. In fact, I might make a blueberry smoothie in a bit. Thanks for the donation, though, Wessex.
That would honestly be one of the few medical dramas I would watch.
I probably wouldn't watch it, because, gay. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
I actually like Clav even though he's an idiot. It's gonna be a shame when he fucks his face up.
Yeah, or does too much crystal meth or something. Who knows what'll come first. Thanks for the donation, Humbug.
Rushing puberty. Why do you want to be an adult when you're a child?
What the fuck is he talking about? What is this? What point is this? This doesn't even make any sense, motherfucker. Rushing puberty? We're trying to extend puberty. We're trying to have our growth plates be open for an extended period of time. Nobody's talking about any bullshit like that. Coach Greg, okay? This is not, why is the school.com link not working? Where is it not working? School.com/clavicular is, I think it's working. Where is it not working?
Teenager. Some of the best years of your life are going to be when you're a teenager. And when you get older,
no, it was the worst
you
years.
do and pay anything to get those years back, but yet you want to
yeah, worst years of my life was when I was a teenager. I don't know what the fuck he was talking about. Just fucking stupid.
fast forward to your future. Why not just enjoy the ride?
Wrong.
Not to
That's
mention
not what we're doing. Not what we're doing at all. Okay, so stop.
all the horrendous side effects, taking years off of your life and so on, as well as at 14 years of age, you don't even know what you want. You might think you want to be a bodybuilder, looks mass, your muscles and so on. Couple of years later, you're thinking,
let's see, when I was a kid, I knew I wanted to get paid money for playing video games. And now as an adult, I play video games and random people online give me money. So I'd say I was pretty much dead spot on with what I wanted when I was a kid. Oh yeah, and I wish I could make money from working out. So like I also fulfilled that. Where the fuck do people get this stupid fucking idea that you don't know what you want when you're like a teenager? Yeah, you fucking do. Your personality and preferences and shit are pretty much set in stone by the time you're in your teens. So ask any kid, you know, what do you wish you could get paid for? I wish I could get paid to have sex and do drugs and, I don't know, maybe make YouTube videos and play video games. That's what they want. If you had any, like if you ask somebody when they're a teenager what they would preferentially get paid, you know, to do, they're gonna be accurate. Like, they're gonna give you accurate answers if they're answering seriously. Like, yeah, most people would want to get paid to play video games or something. It's fucking stupid.
Why were your teenage years so bad, VG?
'Cause school sucks. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
no, I don't even like weightlifting. I want to do something else. This is not.
Did I skip that one?
People want to reasons to say you are not black because they agree with you, and agreeing with black guy is icky to them.
I don't care. Thanks for the donation, penis. Man.
Not the time to experiment with dangerous drugs and do it in secret.
I'm gonna get my physique going as quickly as possible. I do not care about side effects. I don't care about any implications of
Greg is a faggot, just tipped $3. Greg is just a fucking gym cell. Love the streams, Clav. You and Drago are a great duo.
They appreciate you, dog.
Yep, thank you.
None of that shit really fazed me.
Okay, don't act like that's a modern take that I have. That was me explaining my mentality when I fucking started doing steroids at 14 years old. So...
Dodo, any Toilers VG, you have to watch this. It's more interrating than you think.
This beautiful and ridiculously cute slug is a real animal called Costaciella kuroshime, also known as the leaf sheep. I wanted to make this video because of its unlikely appearance, its features that make it look like a cartoonish grazing ungulate. But the more I learned about this animal, I realized it is unlike any other animal on the planet. Not just in appearance, but in its entire mode of existence. It's an animal that's evolving to work like a plant. I know this sounds far-fetched, but sacoglossan sea slugs like the leaf sheep survive in large part by using photosynthesis. They steal chloroplasts from algae and then harbor this chloroplast within their own cells. And depending on the species, they can survive for days, months, or even years on nothing but the energy from photosynthesis. At first glance, it seems like symbiosis, sort of like what corals do. Corals house a photosynthetic algae called zooxanthellae that provide nutrients to the corals. But this is different. Sacoglossans are not harboring entire algae organisms, they're just stealing the algae's photosynthetic organelles and then doing photosynthesis themselves. It's like if we ate spinach once and then were able to get our energy from the sun for months afterwards. And making this all even weirder is this photosynthetic superpower also.
More trend, more men, donate to lawyers. A lot of the anti-steroid sentiment amongst natties is due to jealousy and crab bucket mentality. They can't cope seeing someone in gear look better than they ever will. To cope, they try making themselves believe, at least I won't die at 40. Pure cope. Yeah, because Mike O'Hearn, he may feel great now as a 29-year-old, but once he turns he's like 55.
Still nowhere near as strange as the platypus.
Yeah, platypus are very strange. I've seen these things before. They were kind of a meme on Facebook or something a while ago. But yeah, I've seen these before. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah. There's literally no good argument against steroid use. Like, none. The only arguments you could conceivably make would, like, be some sort of weird conditional thing, like, about a specific person. So, like, a certain person might be prone to drug addiction and improper use or something, but in a general sense, I don't know how you could make a good argument against steroid use. Thanks for the donation, though. More trend, more men. Crackhead cream pie, donate $2. What brand of Korean barbecue sauce you use? It is President's Choice. That is a popular brand in Canada. So it's President's Choice Korean barbecue sauce. Thanks for the donation, though. Crackhead cream pie.
Don't take that out of context as if that's what I'm saying now, because that's ridiculous. I talk extensively about exactly how you can, mitigate side effects and actually not looksman yourself while improving upon your physique, with exogenous hormones. So
this is what happens when your parents don't say no. Oh, my son is special. He's neurodivergent, and so I'm just going to give him whatever he wants, whenever he wants. No. There's something that's very important that I was taught when I was a kid, and that is known as patience. Sometimes you have to wait. You don't.
There's a fight in the swimming community over the enhanced games. But a lot of these swimmers' neglect is that so many people in the Olympics are doping in the first place. Might as well go enhanced.
They all are. 100% of them are. So, it's just fucking stupid. The only difference with the enhanced games is that dudes can take whatever they want for as long as they want. So they don't have to only use a specific type of steroid that's short-acting for, like, an 8-week period during a training camp, then come off. And then for the games, they have to be at least 2 weeks clean so that they can test. So when they get tested, they won't be positive. With the enhanced games, they can just dope through, like, year-round. That's really the only big difference. So, yeah. Doping makes sports more dangerous for athletes, period. Like, the doping tests. the whole idea of not allowing for performance-enhancing drugs in sports is just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, the Then Thou. Appreciate it.
VG, because you didn't watch the whole video, you wouldn't know that you can behead those slugs and then they stay alive and regrow their whole body from their head. Vicious, unlike any other animal, they regrow heart, organs and body. Because of photosynthesis they can.
I don't know if that has anything to do with photosynthesis. I think it might have something to do with them being snails or something. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Natty Cope Destroyer donated $2. What are your thoughts on Jeffrey Verity Scholefield's new video? I like the guy. He got me through my novice early intermediate games when I was Natty, but man, the comment section on his new video is cancer. Insufferable Natty purists. I blame NH for this. I haven't seen his new video yet. I was planning on reacting to it tonight. Seemed kind of gay and stupid. I didn't bother reading the comments because I knew they're going to be gay. But we'll probably react to that later. Thanks for the donation, Natty Cope Destroyer.
Just get whatever you want right away. I mean, if
Says
you're
who?
a goal later in life,
Why
is to
not?
have children, start
Yeah.
a family, should
If
you
you
start
can,
14?
why wouldn't you?
Okay, yeah.
Like, what?
Like that such a retarded argument.
Make it harder for yourself just cause.
Yeah, oh no, you got to put in hard work, man. If you're skipping out on that hard work, right? If you just want to do things the easy way, if you want to take the easy route, that dude, motherfucker, who wants to take the easy route? Okay, I want the result now. Okay, and I'm gonna do whatever it takes. I'm not playing by some stupid fucking rule book that retards in the gym created about natty status.
Your hard work is no value. Hard work is no value intrinsically. You work smarter. Like,
yeah,
what?
work. Yeah,
Produce value.
Okay, that's why retards in coal mines don't make any fucking money. Okay, they're working hard as shit, but god damn it, those motherfuckers aren't doing anything of value. So if you want to work hard, right, go for it. But you're not gonna have the success that you could if you actually do things the smart way and actually, you know,
Well, when you look at it this way too, we have a finite amount of time to live. Like, there is going to be a point in time where you just die. So everything you fucking do is done with within an interest of time. So claiming, oh, you want to take a shortcut, well, yeah, I'm gonna fucking die. So I kind of want to get everything done that I want to have done before then. So what's the issue with a fucking shortcut? Stupid.
For one thing, the slugs don't have a venomous spur on the ankle bar, they don't sweat milk, and they don't go on spy missions and fight evil pharmacists.
Yeah, that is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
if you think that's cheating, if you consider that unfair, then goddamn, man, you got some fucking serious thinking to do. Maybe try some S-isom or ketamine, do some introspection, because you're a faggot, okay?
Play the game the right way.
You know, I didn't want to wait, and so I found myself a girl.
So your mom, she competed as a bodybuilder, and your dad lifts, works out.
Parents were bodybuilders. Does anyone think that growing up in a household where the parents are maybe obsessed with their looks, their appearance, the dieting?
Dude, chat, I'm not gonna lie, my mom literally got fat after she had me, so I'm not gonna sit here and act like they were the ones who were jacked and shredded. Like, motherfucker, they were taking away my steroids the whole time. This motherfucker's assumptions, god damn it. Yeah, keep doing your logical leaps, buddy. But my mom put some weight on.
Yeah, I mean, how the hell would he know? Like, all he can do is assume and just make up bullshit.
After, she wasn't exactly bodybuilding. None of my parents go to the gym anymore. My dad, he's got the dad bod now. Because whatever, that's how it goes. You get 50 years old. They were not supportive of my roiding. They take that shit away all the time, man. Come on.
Perhaps taking steroids, performance-enhancing drugs. that it might have been noticed by a younger individual and that they might have looked up to those parents and thought, you know what, looks really do matter. I mean, look at how much my mom and my dad are obsessed with it. And so I want to use steroids. And where do you think he got steroids at 14? Is it possible?
It wasn't, dude, do not even make that insinuation, okay? Greg, do not make the insinuation that my parents were the ones who just started me on anabolic hormones. Don't take away my credit for doing my due diligence, having to figure out, alternative ways to ship things to my house. Like, motherfucker, give me my credit when I was walking my ass 1 mile away at 14 years old because I didn't have a car to do general delivery at the post office so my parents wouldn't catch me, okay? Me getting cool with my mailman so he would allow me to ship things without a P.O. box that I couldn't make because I was underage. Motherfucker, I can't believe that you would take away my credit for my due diligence.
So many, like,
And he got it from their parents. Snuck in the room, found it, and started using it in secret.
Shut up.
Bro. Do you think it's possible?
How did your parents?
What the fuck is this video?
My parents would, go through my room and find steroids.
It's a fan fiction.
Confiscate them.
Yeah.
So that'd be a bit of a burden.
A bit of a burden. My parents are losers. They confiscated my testosterone.
Real.
I'm 14. I know what I'm doing.
Greg, what would
adult.
you do if I confiscated your testosterone? Huh? What would you do? Okay, you would be a hypogonadal, fucking dude, obviously, and so would I. So when I'm on a testosterone cycle and I get all my hormones taken away from me, of course I'm fucking upset. My dick doesn't work. I'm hypogonadal if you take away my fucking stash. So don't fuck with me about that. You're the same way.
I'm smarter than them. Maybe not as smart as Mike Israetel with his 160 IQ, but I'm smarter than my parents.
Yes. Yes, of
dare
course.
They
I am smarter than my
take
parents.
Drugs away from me. I mean, if your kid continues to get steroids at 14 and you're a parent, you need to do whatever you need to do to make it stop happening. I don't care if it means pulling them out of school, having a camera installed in every room of the house and saying, look, there ain't no steroids coming into this house. And
what does he want? So he's just recommending parents, because kids are going to do steroids, Greg. Kids are going to do steroids. They're going to be on testosterone. I don't recommend that. I'm not saying do that, but that's going to happen, that children are using exogenous hormones. So if you're recommending parents just do whatever they can to take that away and make people hypogonadal, that's going to be a more severe consequence. It's not like it's a fucking supplement that has no effect on your body. If you just suggest, funny ass frame by the way, fucking cage field clown. So if you just suggest parents like make their kids like unable to really function essentially because of the hormonal replacement, then dude, like that's like the worst thing you could ever suggest.
By the way, we're getting blood work done, perhaps at Algo RX. You can click the link.
Fucking Jew! Oh my god!
Dude,
5 minutes in,
dude. Oh my god.
All he's done in 5 minutes is make fan fictions about your parents and fucking plug an ad. Are we fucking serious?
Yeah, dude. Like,
oh my god.
Who is watching this? Who?
That's fucking Greg, all right.
Who watches this guy? Be honest. Like,
oh my god.
2.3 million retards. Okay, that's what I'll tell you. Who the fuck is watching this shit? This guy. Look at this. Let's look.
Yeah, you gotta be right
Oh
about
my god, dude. Link in bio, final fucking boss, motherfucker. Okay? Let's see.
Just sell everything, bro.
Yeah, dude. Anabolic cookbooks. Let's see. Let's see the anabolic cookbooks, buddy. Huh? Okay. Oh, $100 for a fucking cookbook.
Dude.
Maybe I should buy it for that bitch so that she could be worth even 10 seconds of my time. She's like, oh, I don't know how to cook. It's like, bitch, come on. You gotta figure it out. Let's go.
Also added telmisartan 20 milligrams a week ago on top of my 175T. I don't know if you've ever considered it, but it can be extremely protective against LVH. Combined with Cialis 5 milligrams, safe combo BTW, and BP stays clean and the pumps are disgusting.
Yeah, I've started taking 40 milligrams a day. Telmisartan. Can't say I have better pumps, but I was just feeling better in general. Didn't notice a change in my blood pressure. It's about the same, but yeah, I was just feeling better in general since I started taking it. Thanks for the donation, though, Stoic.
You're not getting your ads.
There's no way you're going to be 14 years old living in my house and on steroids.
So it was hard at first, but eventually they started to realize that there was nothing that they could do about it. I was going to do.
Chat, I'm going to do whatever it takes. I'm a Rich Piana fucking, disciple. Rest in peace, Rich Piana. But
you know what that reminds me of? Barry the Platypus hates Doofenshmirtz kick him in the balls with those venomous spurs behind his ankle bars. Then while not fatal, the venom is extremely painful, so much so that painkillers won't ease it.
Yeah, that is pretty similar. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
One of the conversations Dave and I have gone back and forth a lot about is EQ as estrogen control. I want to hear what you have to say.
Because of the chemical alteration that clever chemists applied to testosterone to make boldenone, there is an alteration to the A ring. That alteration makes it more resistant, not totally resistant, more resistant to the aromatase enzyme. Therefore, less estrogen is produced per unit molecule. Boldenone possesses that same change. Right out of the gate, were you to remove testosterone, add boldenone, your estrogen would go down because the raw material is going down. The original progenitor of aromatase enzyme inhibitors, actually a metabolite of normal biology. They were found. This is interesting. What does it do? Oh, it seems to reduce the amount of estrogen. Testosterone itself produces
if you can, literally, I try to live my life according to his saying, whatever it takes. That's probably my favorite quote of all time is Rich Piana. Whatever it takes. So if you think that I'm going to let my parents confiscate a vial of testosterone and that be it, you're out of your mind. So however, on W Rich,
I am not a parent.
Rich.
Admittedly, I am not sure exactly
5%,
what I do.
let's go.
But I'm sure they could have done something. Did they try? How hard did they try? I mean, if you're a parent watching this and you have a 14-year-old and they say, hey, mom and dad, you know what? I'm going to use meth and alcohol and drugs, steroids. I don't care about that, mom. I'm not going to wait.
Stop.
Wait to do meth?
Stop. Nobody is suggesting doing meth, okay? In an unironic context, I have never told people to even do I've never even recommended Adderall. I said that Adderall is an overprescribed pharmaceutical designed specifically to get people addicted, right? That's why they put the levoamphetamine to make it more versatile. Yeah, another good friend. But
what do you think about Trump's F-35 deal with Saudi Arabia?
I haven't heard about it specifically. I know he is making weird military deals with some Middle Eastern countries, including Saudi Arabia. It's all just corruption. So he's just finding ways to enrich himself and get money out of these deals. Has nothing to do with national security or whatever. But yeah, just some people are offering him money or some special plane that he gets to keep after his term's over. Then he's doing this retarded nonsense. Thanks for the donation, though, Snoopy.
The reason that they put levo, the physical stimulant, is to make it more versatile.
Yeah, I'm kind of high right now. I did a very high dose of CBD in the morning to help get the inflammation down in my wrists. And it did work. My hands and wrists are feeling much better today. It's just that for the last 10 hours, I've been going up and down with being high. I keep thinking, oh, I'm not high anymore, and then like 30 minutes later, I'm pretty high.
Versatile. So, to make it more versatile, right? And have people, really falling for their shit. So, I've never sat here and told people in an unironic context to do methamphetamine, okay? We joke around about it. Sure, if I'm fucked up and someone says, how do I look, Max? Do meth, right? That's a joke, okay? But I always tell people I have a prescription for Desoxin, okay, right? I'm not doing actual, this is a prescription.
CBD extract will get you high if you do 1,500 milligrams of it in one dose. So, yeah, no, you'll get high.
Hell, the intense pain from a platypus stink can last for days to weeks, with swelling and a long-lasting hypersensitivity to pain persisting for months. So Doofenshmirtz would be in utter agony for days. So why won't Perry just kick him in the balls?
I don't know. Maybe you didn't think of that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Stimulant that I have. It's a rare prescription, but
dude, why does he keep... How does he keep pausing the video on, like, the most retarded... Yeah, Greg looks so stupid.
It's very similar to Adderall. It's just dextromethamphetamine. So, it's maybe
God.
a little bit, disingenuous to say, like meth, like it's like the fucking Walter White shit. Because no, it's a prescription at the end of the day. But chat, just once and for all, do not do stimulants. Do not do any of the things that we do. I'm telling you, don't do them. You could get to where you want to go with Retta. I'm just like a little bit over the top, and I certainly agree with you. But the only reason I talk about that is because I'm simply an open book. I do not give a fuck about anyone's perception of me. I never will give a fuck. I'll never back down on my opinions. So yeah, that kind of makes me stand out a little bit as a content creator. Because I don't do meth. That's what I'm saying. But I'm simply honest,
And Z, and we get to do what we want. We get to change into boys or girls at the age of 12 if we want. And so if I want to use drugs behind your back, I'm doing it. You can't say no.
So, just to put things into perspective, Greg was a full-grown adult when he decided to go to Turkey and get a shitty-ass fucking hair transplant. And ruin his fucking hairline permanently and irretrievably? Is that the word I'm looking for? So basically, this guy was already a millionaire and an adult. He could have gotten a hair transplant anywhere in the world, afforded it no problem. He went to a shitty plastic surgery clinic in Turkey that fucked his hairline up. And then this jackass is telling kids, oh, you're not old enough, you're not responsible enough to make a decision like this. Dude, you're a fucking retard. You're literally a millionaire. You could have gone to the best plastic surgery, clinic or surgeon, money could buy to get the best hair transplant. You fucking went to a shitty clinic in Turkey that fucked your shit up. Like, shut up. You're not anybody to give anybody advice. You're an idiot.
That is not how it works.
I wouldn't even say it was influenced by anyone else. It was a purely logical decision. I didn't really see people like David Layden think, oh, I want to be like this guy.
How many people think that that's true? That no one influenced him to want to have a jack physique to kind of look like David Layden. It wasn't the fact that he perhaps...
So you're discrediting me as like a retarded normie, essentially. So fuck you, by the way. But no, that's like, me installing a video game and there being a cheat code that I find on the internet that can make me beat the game in like 10 or fucking whatever, 10% of the time it would take. I'm using that cheat code every time. Maybe that'll ruin the experience a little bit, the grind, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking to win. So I'm not influenced by David Lade having
base speed runner, bro.
Yeah, dude, like I'm a speed run motherfucker. I don't
speed running death and success. Let's fucking go, nigga.
Dude, like if there's a cheat code, that's what I want. Oh, Nasty, thank you for the gifted. I promise you, man. I'm just looking for cheat codes.
Said social media and was presented all these amazingly good-looking bodies and thought, you know what? I want that. How is it possible that he wasn't influenced by that? He appears to be intelligent the way that he speaks, his knowledge, but yet it's almost like he's lying to himself.
Helduvenschmerz would most likely be in so much pain he would probably commit suicide, then Perry would never have to worry about him ever again.
Yeah, probably. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Clavicular. How can you not see that you are influenced to do these things, that you are a product of your environment? Whether it's your parents, your friends and family, or swiping on your phone, how can you possibly think that you aren't influenced to take steroids to develop a better
I didn't
physique?
even have Instagram. I was a fucking retarded incel faggot. I didn't have Instagram. I wasn't looking at pictures of dudes every day. Okay, I was on, a couple of different forums. I was reading through Reddit, forums, and I came to a logical decision that there's a cheat code. And, the only reason I started going to the gym was because there was a home gym that I kind of, in my house, that I obviously was experimenting with. And then I come across on forums and Reddit, here's a drug that you can take to enhance your progress by such an incredible margin. Of course I'm going to fucking do that, retard.
Because of your environment.
If this makes sense mechanistically, then I'm going to do it. Like, I'm a hyper-logical guy. And I don't really get influenced by other people.
Wasn't influenced by anyone.
No.
Why did you want muscles in the first place? You must have seen somewhere that people with bigger muscles, better bodies, taller, better.
That is just so fucking such a dumb take. I'm pretty sure, like, if you are cognizant, like, you don't even have to be, like, particularly socialized. All you have to be is, like, cognizant. And you'll come to the conclusion having bigger, stronger muscles is better than having smaller, weaker muscles. For a variety of practical reasons. Not just aesthetic appeal, but also just they're useful in a fight. They make things easier to do, just daily life tasks. Also, there's probably like a biological kind of thing in our brain that makes us more prone to liking certain things more than other things. Like, bigger muscles have a better aesthetic appeal than smaller muscles. Or there may very well be some like weird reptilian thing in our brain. So the idea that you need to be socialized in some kind of way and be exposed to Instagram, that's just bullshit.
Looking.
I just did it.
Like, I mean, if a dude gets turned on by tits, like, are we gonna say, well, the only reason the guy got turned on by tits is because of, like, social media and the way women are portrayed and how the breasts, like, you're being told that the breasts are, like, sexual. It's like some feminist horse shit. It's like, yeah, dudes like tits. The fuck do you need Instagram or social media or any of this other bullshit for? Chances are, dudes just like tits. Just like how dudes like being jacked and more muscular. You don't need fucking Instagram for that.
It's
because, I swear to God.
Time in life, which of course is true, but just that's true doesn't mean you alter your
didn't
genetics. You start taking.
Tell me if this is true, but didn't you, when you started lifting,
being jacked doesn't help you in a fight? Okay, right. That's why steroid use is so prevalent in martial arts. Fucking retard.
You weren't black-pilled, obviously, about, oh, if I have more muscles, this will happen. You just start doing it.
Yeah, I started lifting because I broke my collarbone, and I had to bring a suitcase to school. And I was a fucking little-ass kid with the suitcase, with a broken collarbone, because of how small I was. So I just fucking started doing random bullshit, doing random calisthenics.
And then you're like, hey, I kind of like this. Your muscles get pumped. They get bigger, and you're like, wow, I kind of actually like this.
It's coming, bro. Arnold Schwarzenegger said it, bro. How can you not like it?
Right. So, I just started working out because it was available to me. I had a home gym. It's like, it's not because I'm on Instagram.
Oh, if you're like, here's the fucking cope. Okay, right. So, why does anybody complain about steroid use in martial arts if they don't do anything, right? If bigger muscles doesn't help you in a fight, then why is there any drug testing in the UFC? Bigger, stronger muscles don't help you in a fight, right? So why do they bother doing drug testing? Why did Alistair Overeem have to go through drug testing and get his steroids taken away? Like, you people are fucking stupid. Get the fuck out of my chat, you fucktards.
Like, dude, fuck off.
Abusing steroids at 14 in order to grow faster.
Yeah, somehow having stronger muscles doesn't help you in a fight if you have a jiu-jitsu black belt. Like, how fucking retarded do you have to be?
The measures would be extreme, but I was like, well, this is kind of what it takes, and I was always someone who's willing to do whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Rich.
Does that not bear a striking resemblance, in fact, a carbon copy of Rich Piana?
Let's go! Rich, go.
But no, I wasn't influenced by anybody.
I was influenced by Rich Piana in a lot of different ways, but I didn't start knowing about Rich until after I was already doing this shit, okay? So, yeah, maybe Rich, exacerbated that, a little bit, but that was, years into I didn't really start watching Rich till I was, 16 or 17.
Would it even be influencing? I'd say you were inspired. He moved literally millions of people because of how raw he was.
Rich is
He's not a fucking influencer.
Yeah, dude, motherfucker was making 45-minute videos, uncut, just talking about whatever he's doing. And when I was watching him force down the most disgusting sludge, 12 meals a day, and he was talking about adding, we're going to add, 4 more meals. And you could tell just how much he hated it, but he was just every fucking day,
Who are these two? Do they work put?
I think you mean workout. Yes, they work out. The one on the left is Clav. I don't know who that is. Thanks for the donation, James.
YouTube.
He helped so much with fucking bulk when I first started. But I would literally just run through his videos.
Yeah, so it's dude, the guy's a fucking inspiration at the end of the day. So W Rich Piana.
We're all genetically gifted. They don't really understand, how it is to grow up not exactly good looking.
These other looks maxers, they were all blessed by being attractive.
Real.
Me, I'm ugly. I mean, look what I have to work with. I'm only 6'2" and I look like freaking Superman. Does this guy not look like a slimmer, less body fat version of Henry Cavill? But I have an uphill battle. Look,
Henry
Cavill sitting in his chair.
He pronounces celebrity names like a mom. Like moms always make this kind of weird mistake.
He's 5'6". Now, granted, I am 6'5" when I'm sitting on my wallet, but on a normal day-to-day basis, I'm 5'6". And yeah,
dude, I swear his videos went like this when I was young.
Dude,
they have something must have.
Look, he looks jester as fuck every single frame. Okay, but it's Greg. But if we could go on a time machine, and put you when you were 14 years old, and you have access to my videos and my information, you would probably be significantly taller if you actually implemented the things that I'm saying. So don't act like I'm doing a disservice to anyone, okay? But
he's a famous rapper, but I had to work for those things.
It never made me insecure. I never really had my life altered in any way. I just knew that something needed to change.
The fact that he's 6'2" alone, it almost doesn't even matter anything else. If you're
okay, shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Dude. Oh, you're sick. This is, I mean, like, man, let's always have this cope that, like, dude, if I was just taller, if I was just 6'2".
I mean, bro.
It's like 6'2". Like, what is it really? Like, it's like, yeah, I'm a little taller than people, but at the end of the day, it's all about the fucking face to a high degree. So don't act like it's the craziest thing.
But two, when you're not fat, you're above average looking.
I'm so glad that I look a little bit more mature,
I do okay.
Than I actually am in terms of my age.
What's like the scientific reason that you look older?
He looks older because he took steroids. It affected the androgen receptors, and he's aged. A lot of people say when you take testosterone and so on, it can make you look older. So let me get this straight. When you're younger, you want to look older, but then when you're older, you want to look younger.
Yeah, because there's a happy medium. That's why men peak around like 21.
Your entire life to learn the things that you wish you knew when you were younger.
And I look
If
19.
I could go back and make changes, I absolutely would. He's 19. When he's 50, if he makes it to 50, he's going to look back on the...
Bro, like...
If I make it to 50, being on fucking TRT dosages.
Dude.
Like, Greg, like, how retarded are you, man? Because... like, we are not that different in our protocols, and yet somehow, because I'm a little bit younger than you, I'm fucking all of a sudden worse than Hitler. You know what I mean?
This is like blatant fear-mongering. Just buy my...
Greg deliberately lies and bullshits about the dangers of steroids and TRT so that he can try to convince people to buy his bullshit garbage supplements. Guaranteed.
Then after Doof's death there will of course be a muscle number in Phineas and Ferb about suicide.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Greg was doing pretty decent doses of steroids while he was doing professional competitive bodybuilding. I don't know exactly, the doses he was doing, but I'm assuming it would have to have been close to a gram. A week, if not more. So, yeah, like, was this guy, did he nearly die? Like, did he have such a horrendous experience? Like, if he did, you'd imagine he'd, talk about it, but, like, obviously not. He's just full of shit. So even with the, sort of higher doses of gear that Greg was doing, he never really had any serious issues. Like, I'm sure, he had some blood work come back where he had some elevated LDL and maybe some, like, really low HDL because he was on orals or something, like, post-show. But nothing like, oh shit, I could like die, it's steroids. It's not that bad. It's not like doing fucking like fentanyl and meth and shit. So Greg's just full of shit. Like, he just wants to sell Turk and he's willing to lie about it. It's especially silly when he talks about how TRT can be dangerous. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Just fucking retarded.
Is this live?
I am live. This that we're reacting to is not live, though. This is from a live stream that has been saved and recorded. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
My fucking supplements instead, guys. You'll live longer. Trust.
You mean compliments?
Compliments.
Listen, say, I shouldn't have taken steroids at 14. This was stupid. This was moronic. What was I thinking? But he doesn't yet have the wisdom. He's a Gen Z teenager. He's done this. He likely has rarely hung out with friends. And so he doesn't even know what he actually wants.
I've also used things like HGH, so just all these different growth pathways being elevated led to, me looking a little bit older.
How has bro even afforded to get all these drugs? Growth hormone, testosterone, masterone, orals, aromatase inhibitors, meth?
Most of those drugs are extremely inexpensive. The only one that's actually expensive is growth hormone. But pretty much any anabolic steroid is just dirt cheap. Even Primo. Like, yeah, when you compare the price versus testosterone, it is more gram for gram. But if you're talking about, like, just for a vial, it's still not that much. So the only thing that costs, like, jack shit is just growth hormone. That's the only one that's going to actually crush your wallet if you're taking it in decent doses.
Adderall, the list goes on and on.
Do you value hard work people?
No.
He's Myron, bro.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I
Nigga
value
fucking Myron,
efficient
dude.
work. I value smart work. Hard work is a ridiculous concept.
Does it not remind you a little bit of Toby?
How does bro? Yeah, why is he saying bro? Nigga is 45.
We're training right now. Do you feel like I'm looking forward to this, or it's just more of like let's get this workout done so I'm one day closer? Right now, I am not having fun.
But yet he's made it. And so his influence is other young kids are going to see Togi and say, I also want to take steroids. I also want to gamble. I want to be a famous social media influencer. I see a lot of similarities between this guy and Togi. And isn't it strange, or is it a coincidence? They're all tall. Togi about 6'3", this guy about 6'2". Maybe it has an effect.
I think people value hard work.
Bro.
Maybe it has a.
Bro's jealous. Bro's.
We actually don't know what happens.
Bro's jealous, maxing, coat maxing hard. Okay, it's okay.
You learn a lot on your journey.
I mean, why work hard when you can just get it like that?
Yeah,
Why
literally.
train for
What do you get when you cross an owl with a bungee cord? My ass.
I'm trying to understand that, but I don't get it. Thanks for the donation, though, Sir Pugman Von Dutch.
5 or 10 years to get the physique what you want.
Literally!
When you can just abuse steroids and get it in 5 months.
Yeah!
I'll tell you.
Well, like, what?
Yeah.
You solved the puzzle.
You understand it.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. Like, dude, it's like saying, "Oh, you're taking your car to go to the grocery store. You're gonna use like a fucking automobile with a trunk when you could like walk to the store for 2 hours and then like only be able to get a little bit of groceries and then walk another 2 hours back home and not even be able to get like 1/10 of what you wanted. You're gonna take the easy way out." It's like, yeah, if you can get more gains from doing less, why the fuck wouldn't you? No other aspect of your life do you think that way. Let me make it harder to get groceries. Let me make it more difficult to, like, make money. Let me, like, make it harder for me to cut my hair. Rather than using scissors, I'll just use a rock and, like, some pliers. No other aspect of your life do you ever deliberately try to make things take longer and be harder for no fucking reason. But for some reason, when it comes to building muscle in the gym, yeah, let me make it just take way longer for no fucking reason. It's just fucking stupid.
Why do conspiracy theorists have such hatred towards the Jewish people? I found the dumbest conspiracy influencer on Instagram.
Let me take a look.
Very similar between these two guys right here. Can you guess what it is?
They both hate Jews.
I'll tell you. So they both decided to pull their countries away from the international banking system and essentially loan their people money
That is not even remotely fucking true.
Interest free. See, what happens is if you loan someone.
This guy's like an actual fucking retard. So, for one thing, Hitler didn't want to pull away from the international banking system. He just didn't want to have to pay back the debt that Germany owed the rest of Europe. That's it. He didn't want to pull away from the banking system. And Gaddafi was just against, what was it? The US petrodollar or something. Basically, it's just some scam way to pay lower prices for fucking oil and undercut certain countries to get a better deal for oil. That was the only thing Gaddafi was against. Ask any fucking dictator, any fucking ruler from any country. Ask them if they're fucking interested in being... Look at fucking Russia. Do you think they're happy that they're cut off from fucking SWIFT and there's the fucking sanctions against them? Like, that is just some of the most retarded, dumb motherfucking shit. Thanks for spreading Nazi propaganda, you fucktard. Jesus Christ, what a fucking idiot. Like, that guy should honestly be in fucking jail. Like not just banned from Instagram. That guy should be fucking in jail. Holy mother of a fuck, what a retard.
Completely airtight execution chamber where no gas can leave. And this is a wooden door.
Oh god, is he... So this is just what he does. Okay, yeah. This guy should be in jail. Wow.
He understands it.
Why? And this may seem cliche.
Okay, let's hear it.
But it's all
Let's hear
about
this
the
go.
journey rather than the destination.
This guy.
Oh
Wait,
my
is this
God.
a Disney movie?
Dude,
Is it a fucking Disney movie?
it's all about the journey? Okay, what the fuck are you talking about? You think the journey is being in a sweaty-ass gym, okay, full of a bunch of fucking gym cells and disgusting sweaty beasts. Okay, that's the journey, okay? So if that's what you want, have the fuck at it. Go do your fucking journey, my G. But goddamn, I'm trying to spend as little time in that fucking shithole as possible. I hate the gym, okay, quite frankly.
Shit fucking hurts, bro.
Do you like the gym?
I don't go to the gym anymore. When's the last time you saw me?
Yeah, we don't even lift anymore.
I just do push-ups here and there.
Do you go to the gym? Or wait, no, do you like the gym, sorry?
No. Dude, if you just like it after like the first year and a half, like, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, it's fun at first, like just getting the pump, but then it gets like, okay, that's like going on a fucking roller coaster 100 times in a row. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Of course it's gonna get boring.
Or better yet, dead.
Yeah, that would even be more preferable. Fucking crazy to me that those people can get away with that shit. But then I get a fucking strike on my channel from doing fucking nothing. Like, literally nothing. I get a strike on my channel. But then you've got, like, how many of these fucking dudes... Hitler wasn't that bad. And then, like, nothing happens to them. Like, holy fuck, dude. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
So I like to just get in and out of there. The journey, shut the fuck up, man. Don't even try me with that bullshit. Please.
D, I've been your age and I know what it's all about. The fun is in the journey, making the gains, going to the gym, looking in the mirror and seeing yourself improve.
Yeah.
Whether it's your time,
Why wouldn't you want to improve 10 times quicker?
Ride, your swim, getting better at your sport, your instrument, whatever. It's not about just getting there. It's about the fun you had in the process.
It's not fun.
Apply
It
yourself
sucks.
and you work hard. The dopamine released when you do get that goal, perhaps...
Can't imagine the
If you have no fucking like actual achievements in life, the moment you're out of high school and you do anything important, you're not getting that dopamine that you were before from the fucking gym PR.
Bro,
who the fuck cares?
Bro's talking about dopamine release. Wait till he fucking tries crystal meth up his nose. If you think the gym is dopamine, wait until you try meth.
He has. He's gatekeeping it. He knows how good it is.
I guarantee this guy's on meth. Bro, swear to God. Swear to God.
This guy,
Dopamine release, motherfucker.
to win that race.
Come on.
You win that bodybuilding show, or you finally hit 225 on the bench press. That is an amazing feeling and makes you want more.
When you're 16.
What's the most amount of weight you can put on your adjustable dumbbells? I don't know. Probably if you wanted to get creative, if you wanted to use 45s, maybe you could get up to like around 200. I think I've gone up to like 160 or 170 before with like 25-pound plates. So you can load them pretty heavy.
That you'll have to work hard for. That's the kind of...
Conspiracy theorists have no clue what they're talking about.
Yeah, you're goddamn right about that.
Happened with the cloned meat that they're planning on, or were planning on, this is good news, on releasing to the Canadian food market. Health Canada's position is that cloned meat is indistinguishable from conventional meat and safe to eat. Yeah, I'm sure the Amish think that. I'm sure a Mongolian...
You mean the people who are ideologically against electricity, who think it's like evil made by the devil? They won't even use light bulbs, those people?
Nomad with his yak would suggest or think or fathom that lab-grown cloned meat.
Buddy, you're making this video on like fucking TikTok and Instagram. And then you're fucking talking about how technology is bad. Okay, then what the fuck are you doing here?
Is the same as his yak. But here's the crazy part. They announced this, we're going to be eating cloned meat soon and it's not even a big deal and it will save you from carbon or whatever. But because people erupted in a shiza storm saying, what the Sam damn is the matter with you? People were going off the rails saying this is insane. There's already GMOs in the food supply, which is bad enough, but now they want fully cloned meat, which is so shocking.
He doesn't know what a GMO is, does he? Does he not realize, like, twins are technically clones? Like, does he have something against mothers who have twin children? Like, it's like, there are literally natural clones that exist in nature. Bananas are clones. Like, there's a lot of variety of fruits and vegetables that are literally clones. Bananas are, like, the most common. What the like, this guy is a fucking retard.
Breaking news. The department has therefore indefinitely paused the policy update to provide time, we're not out of the woodwork yet, but provide time to further discussions and consideration. So they have paused the somatic cell nuclear transfer clone meat and their offspring, if you can call it offspring. So they paused the cloned meat release. Now, this, I don't even want to say really this is a win, because this is like a pacification thing. It's like, oh, okay, like, we're pausing it. We're not going to do it yet. Calm down a little bit, please.
They need to make retard jail. So, you know how, like, there's jail for committing crimes? There should be, like, jail for being too stupid. If you just say something or do something that's too stupid, regardless of whether or not you necessarily hurt anybody, you should go to retard jail. That guy needs to go to retard jail.
Dopamine that you want. The dopamine you can get very easily. Now that is very dangerous. This includes sniffing creatine, using recreational drugs, and so on.
Okay.
Those things you need to be careful. If he can quickly get a surgery and immediately he looks better, he's not going to want to put in the work. Why would I?
Because you can't really like do anything besides like surgery, Max. Like, what do you mean? Instead of putting in the work, like what do you think facial exercises like replicate a osteotomy? Like, what the fuck are you even talking? Dude, I hate when these like big creators try to do like a inside look on looks maxing and expose like what's actually happening in looks maxing. It's like, my G, you have no idea what you're talking about. I could run circles around you in any debate, okay? Your logic is extremely flawed, a lot of just pure speculatory leaps. So no, don't try to talk about looks maxing. Don't try to, you know, have any sort of authority over people, because at the end of the day, you're not educated, and that's okay. I don't expect you to be, man. You know, you're rich, you have good looks, like you shouldn't know this stuff, but I do. So for you to make these videos trying to, you know, attack me or whatever, expose me, it's like, dude, don't even try. You are an extremely low IQ, you know, creator. You know about the gym, which is like one of my like 10 different areas of expertise, and I still can run circles around you. So do not even
Guys,
ever
we
do
know
this.
it's an L segment. It's not our fault. His
Take
video
months
shit.
in order to improve.
Yeah.
When I can do it right now. This results in a person that is going to be lazy. He isn't going to be a hard worker. Notice he doesn't value hard work. And so that is going to hurt
There's
you
no
down the
value in
road.
hard
I
work.
personally hate going to
Dude,
the gym.
I
now.
wish they did.
Him telling me I don't
find
work
it,
hard
you know, kind
when
of
I don't even
shitty
sleep.
to start the day.
When I don't sleep really, I stream all fucking day. YouTube, fucking grinding all this shit out. Like, people have no idea.
But
Like,
there's literally a hit.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, if you're on crystal meth, you're not gonna sleep. And you're gonna do stuff.
Piece of him making shit
To
up.
go to the
Oh, you
gym.
found-
I think of it as a chore.
Have to go to the gym. Do you know how much that hurt me? I was talking to my sister.
Yeah, I saw the basement bodybuilding video. We're gonna react to that. Dude, the natural lifting thing is just so fucking gay at this point. Like, actually gay.
About this the other day, how people don't appreciate the fact
Like, it's literally the most beta male fucking community.
that they
They
get
wanna
to
skip
go
it
to
so
the
bad.
gym.
I
My
don't care.
sister with stage 4 cancer on chemotherapy, she's thankful that she can still train. Imagine how hard it is for her to do that. She feels sick, she's throwing up, she's in pain, but yet she's still happy that she gets to go and work out. She gets to go for a walk. Yet guys like Clavicular, I hate it, I have to go work out.
yeah, real.
Imagine telling that to some.
You know, I get to do crystal meth. I get to get up in the morning and get my lighter and heat it up under the glass light bulb and smoke it. But then there's people like Greg who don't even appreciate crystal meth. So like it's so fucking stupid what he's saying. You like, no one's forced to like anything. You idiot. It's just so dumb.
Puberty yet. Why are you rushing puberty? Why do you want to be an adult
Wait, what?
when you're
What the fuck did I just do?
yet rather? And so dopamine that you this the other day, how consequence
Okay, what
on
else
any
did he
muscle.
talk about? Does he just
People
ramble?
notice, right?
Tell me you're not insecure when you're already 6'2" and look like freaking Superman, but now you need to be 6'6". So
Okay, but have I done that? It was a mental exercise, retard. I was saying, you know, for $100,000 in this recovery, would this be beneficial enough for me to do? Okay, and for you to not like at least go through the mental exercise and have that thought process,
It's
like,
just disingenuous because you know he understands. Why would you? The fucking bodybuilding sport in and of itself is about pushing limits, wanting to
Yeah.
improve.
Mhm.
Yeah, when you reach, oh, you're 6'2", so you don't need to do more. No. Why
Okay.
wouldn't I?
So I'm gonna explain the way that my brain works, just so that the chat understands. Okay, say there's a pile of shit on the ground, right? Say there's literally a pile of fucking dog shit on the ground, and you know there's someone tells me and presents evidence that you eat this pile of shit and this will occur. For you to not at least like logically like process this in your brain, like, okay, what's the ROI? This is disgusting, but this could happen. What are the chances? That's just the way that I think. You know what I mean? So you guys don't understand like objective like thought processes, you know. So it's really unfortunate.
Everyone notices you, that your presence is felt by everyone.
Yeah, buddy.
True, we can all play make-believe. Sometimes I wish I was 6'5" when I wasn't sitting on my wallet.
Sometimes.
But I'm not gonna cut my legs and go through 1 year of torture.
Because you could never get to 6'5", buddy. They only add 1.5 inches per limb.
In order
You'd be
to
5'9" after fucking limb lengthening.
Limb lengthening surgery, really, when you're 6'2"? I mean, I've heard of wearing foot inserts, perhaps make you a couple of inches.
I've heard.
Yo,
this is absurd.
Because people.
Nigga sponsored by Kunzuri. Talking about fucking.
I've heard.
People come up to me.
Through the grapevines, I've heard.
Too. You know, that's already very tall. But in terms of
okay, that's
you don't need to be 6'6" to be attractive.
There's
such
up,
a thing
man. That was
as
a troll anyway.
taller.
I was
in my VO2 max well beyond the 99%.
Okay, nobody.
These kids don't have enough muscle for the steroids to work, lol. They literally look like pencil neck twinks. All this looks maxing nonsense is sickening with bone smash and face injection. Looks like he was stretched out on the rack. His arms are all weird.
The bone smashing shit is fucked-hearted. That I think is fucking stupid. Clav has been on steroids for a while. The reason he's not more jacked is just because he doesn't put enough time and effort into training, and like he also seems to have personal issues, like, you know, doing crystal meth. But thanks for the donation, faggot Superman with makeup.
Why exactly are you against the US getting out of Ukraine and leaving it to Europe to deal with? Europe has an economy 10x that of Russia, 4x more people. They can deal with it on their own. Let them. It's simply not our problem. Why can't you say that?
You're, literally retarded. I don't have an issue with Europe fitting more of the bill. Like, sure, they should be contributing more to, you know, European security since it's their territory. But the idea that the United States should have absolutely nothing to do with it is fucking retarded. Like, you realize the United States trades with all these countries, and they're also part of a military alliance called NATO with these countries. So, like, the idea that the US should have absolutely nothing to do with it is just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
This process is very painful.
No, because of your fucking VO2
you have
max.
to be under close supervision with doctors.
We've actually seen a man who's done this. You've seen him walking with the crutches. He's well over 6 feet tall, and he also looks maxed, trying to be taller. He just looks like a freak. He has the longest legs you've ever seen with no muscle on them whatsoever. He can barely walk. And yeah, he's the tallest man when he's on the airplane. How is that a good thing? Just because you're the most of something doesn't mean it's a good thing.
We know that every single inch, you know, you grow past 6 foot, you're adding like an additional $500 to your average annual income in America.
And so he makes a great point. It's true. As you get taller, your income, it goes up. There's literally a correlation. Also, your perceived $1,000.
Yeah, that's why we're weighing out ROIs, you stupid faggot.
What does you do with
Europe is like redacted, and you're like Richard. Europe wants Richard to mow the lawn, pay for everything, while Europe just bitches, nags, doesn't do anything, has no hobbies, won't get a job, won't pay for anything even though she can. Get it now?
$1,000 more per year.
Yeah, I'm done. Like, dude, he's just so fucking out of touch. It's like, it's kind of retarded, man.
Yeah, Greg's just a dumbass. Some dumb shit. Holy fuck. Bro, talk about fucking long-winded. Holy shit. Bro, and the fucking copes from some of these dumbass kids. There are people in the fucking comments section that are trying to defend natural hypertrophy and shit. Like, it's just unreal. Just some of the stupidest fuckers on the planet. Alright, Frank has some new shorts. Let's, yeah, it's just the new shorts.
About to go on Accutane for the second time, guys, with this.
Accutane will close your growth plates, and these Looks Maxers have.
Yeah, if you're an adult, I don't know why that's a problem because your growth plates are already closed. Okay. Dodo, $22. Let me see.
Secretary Rubio did make a phone call to us this afternoon. I think he made it very clear to us that we are the recipients of a proposal that was delivered to one of our representatives. It is not our recommendation. It is not our peace plan. It is a proposal that was received, and as an intermediary, we have made arrangements to share it, and we did not release it. It was leaked. It was not released by our members or our representatives.
This is an insane story. So, fucking JD Vance and Trump literally took Putin's peace proposal, aka just demands, and gave it to Zelensky saying sign it. What in the fuck?
Jeffrey's finally been invited to a party. Yay! But he's anxious. No! What are you gonna wear, Jeffrey? You know skinny jeans are out of fashion now. But when he gets to the party, he gets so overwhelmed. Everyone's drinking and taking drugs. He promised himself he wouldn't join in on this, but when someone offers him some...
I find it hard to believe they work out.
Man... They don't look out of shape. They clearly don't, like, lift hard and heavy a lot, but... They look like they probably do some exercise. Thanks for the donation, James.
He says yes, and ends up getting the most wasted out of everyone. You should have stuck to your values, Jeffrey. Adonis.
Jeez. You can detect the boredom in his voice at this point. How many days in a row has he been uploading this fucking trash? Yeah, he's been going on for about 2 weeks now. You can tell he's getting bored.
Fiji is a paradise in the...
How a cult took over Fiji. Maybe we'll watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Very little nutritional background. Even myself, who's been studying health and nutrition for over 10 years now, I'm not a biochemist, but there's a lot of biochemistry that you begin to understand, and all of these reactions between vitamin A, I mean, just really just vitamins in general and minerals in general, this is something that's very overlooked. So this is just...
He's looking very frog-like after that surgery.
Just a quick sentence out of this study in disorders of retinoic acid metabolism, a case report, and focused review of the literature. The first sentence in the study: nutritional excess of vitamin A, a precursor for retinoic acid, causes premature epiphyseal fusion, which is the literal process where growth plates at the ends of long bones fuse and turn.
Yeah, so if you're an adult, I don't know why that would be a concern for you.
Turn into solid bone. So I bet your dermatologist didn't tell you that a few weeks of taking this Accutane drug will seal your growth plates and you'll never have a chance at growing taller. Is this reversible? I don't know. I'm still trying.
The scariest part about all of this plastic surgery stuff is that these doctors can completely fabricate their reputation by paying off Google. It's insane. And I've
no.
made several videos on this, so I won't go into depth, but the way you can mediate that is you really have to meet the doctor in person. You have to see his practice, his staff, his employees, how he operates and how he does things. You literally have to analyze his business. And when I look at, Dr. Taban's practice versus Dr. Douglas's practice versus this Japan doctor's practice, me explaining the difference between their staff, their employees, their building, how they operate and run things is enough for me to understand why this Japan doctor was able to actually fix my eyes. So online reputation is very scary. There's so much you have to look into when finding a doctor.
This guy is genuinely stupid.
You guys have to understand that plastic surgery is a business, and the tactics that these doctors use have been developed for thousands and thousands of years. As long as humans have been practicing medicine, these doctors have...
Humans haven't been practicing medicine for thousands of years.
Developed tactics to keep as much money in their pockets as possible. That's really what it's about at the end of the day. And the amount of greed, sociopathic behavior, and psychological manipulation that I have been susceptible to from these American surgeons leads me to comfortably say that you should definitely not get surgery in America. Because, okay, yeah, the doctors in other countries, they want to make money too, but they're not as greedy, and they seem to want to help you more. So that's the thing. Like, all of these American...
Yeah, that's right. When you go to South America for a Brazilian butt lift, the doctor wants to take fat from your stomach and put it into your butt cheeks because he just wants to help you more. What the fuck? Dude, this guy is a fucktard.
American doctors I've met, like, they've drained my savings. None of them really seem to care. And it was more of like a one and done kind of thing, and just get their paycheck and push the problem on to the next person. Whereas, I went to Japan and this doctor was actually able to help me and even performed a revision surgery after I wasn't happy. And so far, things look good. But I can't say that, the best doctors are in America, and there's so many other countries now. I know Turkey's a big one where, whatever surgery you think you might want to get, there's definitely options outside of America, and you really have to consider the clicked up aspect of these American doctors. They all know each other, they're all in cahoots. I mean, even and they might try to argue, oh well, what if something goes wrong in another country? You have no recourse regardless of where the procedure is done. If you think you're going to get compensated whether you get butchered by an American or a third world country surgeon, that doesn't really matter. So there's no incentive.
Third world country surgeon. Why would you go to a third world country for plastic surgery?
To get surgery in America, unless there was a skill level or a significant skill difference between the doctors and
Yeah. American doctors have a higher level of skill. Oh my god, he's so dumb.
Are the best doctors in America for certain procedures? Maybe a handful here and there, but you have to think of the world in general. There are so many people in this world. A lot of the best surgeons do go to America to make the most money, and there are some top surgeons here, but there's surgeons that are just as good in other countries, and especially Korea. I think if I was dabbling in all of this nonsense again, I probably would have, like Turkey's known for nose jobs, Korea's known for eye surgery. I think that's the strat. You have to go with the reputation of the world and not just be sucked in by some devious American.
Yeah, so first of all, South Korea is like a modern first world country. And they're known for eye surgeries because like they just do that procedure more than anywhere else. And they specialize in that, make Asians look more Caucasian surgery. I'm not even kidding. Asians want to look more white. So there's that weird double eyelid surgery they do that like turns their eyes from like squinty eyed to like wide open eyed. I wouldn't say they're good at eye surgeries in general. They just specialize in that double eyelid surgery because obviously everyone there is Asian and they all want to look white.
American surgeon that has good marketing tactics and that knows how to trick people into giving them. If you're tired of getting scammed by these big companies like Bay's Body Works, Frankie's Naturals sells higher quality products with less preservatives and chemicals for 1/3 of the price. 1/3 of the price. I'm not exaggerating. FrankiesNaturals.com. We have so many different products, guys. Be sure to check out the website. That was the mint toothpaste. This is our beef tallow moisturizing cream, as well as beef tallow lip balm. Minimal ingredient lemongrass deodorant. Hair pomade, water-based, similar to Layrite. Shampoo, very special, so few ingredients. Lemongrass beef tallow soap.
How about, no.
Mouthwash. Cavity cure, that's really special. A lot of vitamin D. K2 bug spray, something a little different. Conditioner to go with the shampoo. Marrow cream, pretty sure no one's copied that one yet. I could be wrong. Shaving cream, sunscreen, all the basics, guys. And then we just have a few other products that we haven't made our own yet. If you're tired of getting...
Alright guys, we're here in Japan on part 2 of our vlog. Decided to order some horse meat. A little bit unusual, so we're going to make a whole little short on it. And this is an udon restaurant that I really like the udon here, and I saw the horse meat on the menu, so decided to try it. So this is how it came, on like a bed of radish with some accoutrements. I mean, I'm guessing you're supposed to eat these with the horse meat. That's ginger, green onion, something else, and like shaved radish. Not to say Iberico pork. Doesn't have much of a smell though. And everything here in Japan is very fresh, so very tender. It's very rich, almost kind of like greasy because of the fat content. So,
what a fucking jackass.
Target is quickly
Hope somebody feeds him to a gator.
becoming the new Whole Foods.
Here's some of our favorite finds. Coco June is my favorite.
All right, let me help these corporate chills with some marketing because I can only cringe so much. I can only cringe so much without feeling bad. So instead of saying Target is becoming the new Whole Foods, like come on, let's take it easy. Take it easy. How about like, hey, here are some products that I used to buy at Whole Foods, but I can now find at Target. How about like easing into it, you know? How about that? How about saying like, oh, I used to buy these at Whole Foods, but now when I'm in Target buying toilet paper, I can pick these up too. How's that, huh? Come on, dude. How much did I bet you they didn't even pay them that much. How much would they have to pay you to completely lose your credibility with that? It's just so cheesy, dude. Target is the new Whole Foods. Target is the new Whole Foods.
I'm giving away $100,000 because my Flave City protein is now in Target Nation.
It's kind of funny why.
Yeah, he is definitely getting paid for that.
Watching this guy pretend he isn't a complete slime ball that's in Costco and Walmart every day shoving products down people's throats. Like, everyone knows this guy Bobby is a complete sellout, and now he's acting like he's helping people. He's Willy Wonka with the golden ticket. It's hilarious. The 1 inch thick layer of slime on this guy's skin just got even thicker. And this is such a scummy tactic to incite sales for your product. You want to do a giveaway? Cut the price down 20%. Cut the price down 30%. Because we know all these clowns are selling overpriced BS that's not actually good for you. It's so scummy, dude. It's also he's made millions of dollars. Oh, but he's giving away 100,000. Now these people need to learn what a giveaway is and actually get some morals. Out of all the health and nutrition influencers that say they want to help people, I have the most affordable products on all of my businesses. Whether it's a steak on Frankie's Free Range Meat, a multivitamin from Organ Supplements, all of the protective clothing from Wi-Fi Shielding. We have Frankie's Naturals for like deodorant and all cosmetic products. The point is that my products are in some cases half the price to 1/3 of the price of the competition. So if I'm selling a supplement for $20 and someone else has the exact same thing for $85, who actually cares about your health? And that's the main point I'm trying to get across, is when I'm selling a higher quality, it's not inferior, it doesn't have cheaper ingredients, it's a higher quality product, if anything, at a lower price than the competition, and that's the truth.
Yeah, he sells a small jar of potatoes for $10. His prices are exorbitant. He is not cheap.
That none of these other losers are going to face, because they don't really care about you.
I am very thirsty. I feel like I need hydration. Liquids of some sort. I am going to make a blueberry smoothie, I think, so that I can have more drinking and also get some water probably too. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm just gonna get drink things for drinking water. Hydration. I'll be back in a minute. Okay. Oh. I am back with hydration and a very delicious blueberry smoothie.
React to this VG, it's funny.
I'm surprisingly high. Like, still. Every, 30 minutes to an hour, I keep thinking, okay, I'm, not high anymore, finally? And then, 30 minutes later, I'm, surprisingly high again. Oh, it's crazy. You gotta be careful when you do 1,500 milligrams of CBD. Let me tell you. Do not drive for, a day. Because you'd be surprised. Let me see, Dodo.
I don't care what you think. I care about journalism. Who are you working for? What is this absurdity?
And there's garbage on both sides. We need to get them out.
Why were they all covering up for a pedophile? How does that make any sense at all? The mainstream media is evil in their protection of genocide as long as Israel doesn't.
Those parents and their feelings, they don't matter because those Palestinians are subhuman, right? You racist, disgusting.
Yeah, they're subhuman. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I see, in the comments, that this is your last stream.
I mean, it could be. Who knows? I could die or something. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Studying the United States, listen to me. The people in the United States, they listen to me. Dialogue, yes. Peace, yes. Respect, yes. War. Studying, listen to me. War. War, no. Never war.
What in the fuck is going on? What is going on? Scam complete, mission accomplished. The Department of Government Efficiency, Doge, no longer exists. Yeah, of course not. Yeah, what'd you expect? Colonel General Oleg Makarovich, the Russian general who blew up the Nova Dam in Ukraine, has been sent to Venezuela to lead Russia's military advisory mission there. By blowing up the dam, he killed around 200 civilians. It doesn't sound great. Is it everything you expect? Yeah. The usual suspects, indeed. I would hope Mossad planted explosives in their phones or something. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Now that you're making videos with other buff vegans, you should add this guy to the list.
Well, I know who he is. Doesn't he live in, like, Florida or something? Or California or some shit? Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing a collab with him. Maybe next year, if I do more traveling. I'm pretty high right now, though. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Sup VG? I haven't kept up to date. Isn't Frankie being sued by Paul Saladino for millions of dollars? How the fuck is he able to afford Japanese eye surgery?
Well, according to Frank, he's just putting himself in greater debt. But I think he's lying about his financial situation. Thanks for the donation, Sander Bling. You said gun control doesn't decrease gun crime, but Canada has much lower rates of gun crime than the US. Why is that? Well, let's see. Maybe it's because one single state in the US has a greater population than all of Canada. You stupid fuck. California alone has a greater population than all of Canada, you dumb motherfucker. So maybe that has something to do with it, you stupid fucktard?
But there's more. Just watch as they get owned by Mark Levin at the 3:21 mark.
I don't care what you think. I care about journalism. Who are you working for? What is this?
And I'm supposed to, what? Shed crocodile tears for what's going to happen to these people? I'm not. Israel has every right to throw every damn thing it has at barbarians. And if there are innocent people, quote unquote, civilians who are killed, then maybe they ought to organize to take out the government they elected.
I mean, Hamas, Palestinian civilian, what's the difference?
That's the best they can come up with. Yikes. Okay. You know, it's too bad, this isn't World War II. I'm sure they'd be supporting some American isolationist policy and try to defend the Nazi regime or something. Can guarantee you they'd be doing that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo, donate $2. Is that juice with refined sugar, VG? No, it's sugar-free fake juice. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Congratulations, stupid fuck. You asked the same question twice about gun violence that I already answered.
Why people say stay natural. Alright, so there was a post on Instagram recently, a little bit of back and forth between Atlas Power Shrugged and another guy, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Runvus or something. I don't follow him, but I did see a couple of his videos that Atlas was talking about or that they went back and forth on, and it just reminded me, this back and forth, that so many people are out of touch with what natural lifters actually want to get out of training and why they remain natural in the first place. There's this whole sentiment that people that lift naturally are just somehow afraid to take gear, or they're jealous of people that are on gear, and it's wild to...
When it comes to people like Atlas Power Shrugged, yeah. Why is the guy going out of his way to basically moralize about steroid use if he had his own personal reasons for staying natural? He wouldn't have to moralize. Dodo, $22. Is it true that you're retiring? No. It's not. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donates Tramp doesn't learn anything from history. Yep. You know, it's, well, he doesn't even learn anything from his own mistakes. Because, like, look what he tried to do with Afghanistan, and then it totally backfired. So, like, you don't even have to make this comparison. Like, yeah, the comparison is apt. But I mean, you don't even have to make this comparison. You can literally just, you know, go back a few years ago to the administration he ran and look at the mistakes he made when it came to capitulating to the Taliban. Like, the guy doesn't even make, like, he doesn't even learn from his own mistakes. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Why is anti-Semitism so popular right now, VG?
Because everyone's a gay fucktard. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Step out of the natural community and just remember that the fitness industry as a whole is this massive echo chamber of gear users. And it's just, it really put me back into how the fitness industry used to feel like 4, 5, 6+ years ago. So I wanted to...
The fitness industry is made up of steroid users.
Wow, I can't believe this is the final VG stream. Farewell to all. Also, when do I get my 20% of stream revenue for being mod? I will accept Cash App or PayPal.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the donation, dude. The people who run the fitness industry are all on steroids. The people who buy the crap, so, you know, the supplements, the training programs, like 99% of those people are just fucking normies who don't give two fucking shits. The only people who care about natural lifting are gay dork fucktards. That's it.
Use this kind of refresher that I had as an opportunity to discuss why people say stay natural, because clearly so many people are out of touch with it. So this post isn't to respond to either Atlas or the other guy. I'm not calling anybody out directly. This is more just broad picture since the topic was brought up, and it kind of jogged my memory on this whole topic in the first place. So what I want to do today is go through a couple different chapters, a couple different observations that I've had in my time lifting and being involved in the fitness industry. First, I want to give an intro. There's going to be 3 main topics, or 3 main chapters, you could say, that I'm going to talk about today. The first one's going to be shifting the Overton window and how gear users tend to do this within the fitness industry. The second one is going to be how these gear users and just lifters in general tend to lose touch with reality the more time they spend in the fitness industry. And finally, the last one I want to talk about is how they seek justification for their gear use and how...
Right. Gear users are the ones who lose touch with reality. You have fucking natural hypertrophy talking about how you can look like an anime character from Jujutsu Kaisen without taking steroids. Despite him not taking steroids and him not looking anywhere near as fucking jacked as said anime character from Jujutsu Kaisen. Like, NH is one of the most delusional fucktards I've ever seen in my fucking life. And that guy is not on steroids. Like, oh, this is just hilarious.
Where is this idea that this is the last VG stream coming from? Not, it's not. He will be on tomorrow most likely.
I don't know, man. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
How they interact with naturals or people that do prefer to stay natural. So basically the topic of today's video is being anti-gear just a cope for being afraid to take gear, being afraid of needles, being afraid of side effects? It's
yeah, it is.
Common assumption of people on gear. They think people like me are just afraid of needles and like that's the reason why I'm natural. But like,
yeah, you're afraid of needles. That's why you're natural.
I said in the beginning of this video, that is extremely out of touch. So I figured it would be a good opportunity to just actually explain my reasoning, and I think I can speak on behalf of a lot of people and hopefully help some people in the process that haven't heard someone like myself speak about it actually stay natural and feel convicted in their own instincts. So Basically,
I can just prove this right now. The only reason anybody stays natural is because they're afraid of needles. So, you're all familiar with Captain America, correct? So, Captain America... Captain America took the super soldier serum. It's basically steroids. And then he came out super jacked. And the super soldier serum, basically what it does is it makes you heal like Wolverine, it makes you immune to disease, turns you immortal, and you also have super strength. So let me ask you, would you take the Captain America super soldier serum? Would you be interested in doing that? Yeah, no shit. Everyone wants to live forever, be immune to disease, heal like Wolverine, have super strength. Okay, what if I told you right now we have Captain America's super soldier serum? The only difference is you need to inject it at least once a week, and you only get the benefit of having, you know, super strength. Would you still take it? Yeah, like most people would, right? Like, what are you, stupid? So, yeah, the only reason anybody would not take Captain America Super Soldier Serum is because you're a pussy who's afraid of needles. Like, you're just fucking stupid.
If you feel pretty, take pictures. If you feel ugly, definitely take pictures. No one has to see the pictures. But because the future you will look back at you with kinder eyes.
I don't know about that. Thanks for the donation, whatever. Dodo, $22, that's crazy.
Атакував російський дрон.
Yeah, that'll happen, dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
5 years into lifting, I've stayed natural only for the sole reason that my mom's side of the family has a pretty nasty history of heart attacks. Would have been on some kind of ped by now if it wasn't for that.
Well, I would look into why that would be the case. Oftentimes, people don't even have, like, a genetic reason for... It's like, okay, when you have one side of the family that all smokes, gee, I wonder why their heart disease rates are higher. Like, yeah, no shit. So, like, I'd investigate why that would be the case. So, I would see if you can get a test to see if you're heterozygous or homozygous for familial hypercholesterolemia. And I would also see if you have that weird gene that increases ApoA. So if your cholesterol numbers are fine, so you have low ApoB, normal or low ApoA, then you should be fine. Thanks for the donation though, Akira.
I'm not trying to call anybody out, but I just want to clarify this for naturals. So when you come into this fitness industry, there are going to be some dynamics between natural lifters and gear users. I just want to say that natural, in staying natural, not taking an external drug to increase your rate of muscle growth in the gym, is default. And this is confirmed by instinct and preference when you are in good physical and mental health. Before you get involved with the fitness industry, before you see people on gear, before you know what gear is, you instinctually prefer the natural look. If you look at somebody like Steve Reeves,
Oh, okay, so this guy's basically a gay bitch. Dude, when I was a kid, before I even started lifting, I wanted to look like, you know, Goku and Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z. I wasn't thinking like, I like the natural look where everyone looks weaker and smaller and more of like a beta male who can get their ass kicked. Yeah, like Goku and Vegeta and Wolverine, they're like too muscular. They look like they could beat too many people's asses and win a fight too easily. I don't want to look like that. Like, this guy is gay. Wow, this guy is fucking gay.
I'd say for most people that aren't even in the gym yet, or people that are just getting into it, that's probably too extreme for most people. Over time, they develop body dysmorphia, and these freak physiques that are people on gear tend to distort people's perception of reality. So you can see physique inflation, body dysmorphia. This increases for so many people over time, and eventually they change their preferences kind of without deciding to do that voluntarily. Next, gear users tend to justify poor mental health and bad habits. They say things like, my body, my choice, or parallels to that. They say it's not that deep, it's not unhealthy, is another kind of scary recent one with gear use. They'll say it's actually totally healthy. If you're taking a few hundred milligrams a week, you're still within the natural range of testosterone, all these kinds of things, which is obviously nonsense if you just have...
What in the fuck is this guy talking about? So there's prospective cohorts and randomized trials on this. Super physiological amounts of testosterone are safe. They've tested several hundreds of milligrams of testosterone per week on men, and it's, again, one of the most well-tolerated drugs possibly ever made. The only other class of drugs that comes anywhere close to it is blood pressure medications.
Have just common sense, in my opinion, which I'll touch more on that later. They'll say things like, oh, I hopped on when my natty gains plateaued, and things along the lines of that. And then they tend to use their platform for social...
So his argument for why even testosterone is dangerous is, trust me, bro. Oh, it's just common sense. Like, you know how your testicles are trying to kill you? It just makes common sense that if you have more testosterone, you're gonna die. You know, because your balls are evil. This guy's a gay retard.
Engineering, and they like to place themselves as victims. Like, oh, I worked so hard that I couldn't continue to make gains naturally, therefore my obsession for training led me to take gear. Or, I'm free to do whatever I want, and
Is
you
this
guys
how
all
you
being
see yourself in 5 years?
What is this?
What are you doing?
A California man is
Oh
allegedly
yeah, I heard about this guy who was sniffing butts.
caught sniffing women on camera inside a Barnes and Noble. Michaela Witter, a prominent...
Yeah, apparently this guy was sniffing girls' butts all over the place. Well, I asked for permission first. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
for judging me for taking gear or something. So it's a lot of things along the line.
What in the fuck is this guy talking about? Like, this guy is talking about how he prefers to be smaller and weaker, and then he acts as though wanting to be bigger and stronger is like a sign of a mental health condition. Like, what?
Lines of that, a lot of parallels with those things that I said. You've probably seen if you've been in the fitness industry for more than a few months. Naturals, especially newer lifters or people that are new to the fitness industry, they aren't aware enough to understand these subtle kind of manipulations in the way that they speak or the way that they shift what they're actually discussing about. Like they'll purposely leave a couple factors out and talk about a couple other factors when it comes to gear use. And I'm not just talking like the physical things like certain side effects or certain benefits. They'll just disregard like health as a whole, for example, just to talk about muscle growth and act like that's all that matters, for example, just as a broad picture example there. So naturals tend to fall for their manipulations into their...
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, that is just pure, utter nonsense. Especially these days, everybody's talking about getting blood work regularly, keeping track of blood pressure, lipids, hematocrit, liver enzymes, kidney markers. What the fuck is he talking about?
Guilt tripping, and they feel virtuous to be tolerant and accepting to these people, because when you come in and you see somebody taking steroids, like most people in a good physical and mental health state that are in touch with reality are like, that's kind of like a fringe thing. I don't want to get involved with that. Like the gym bro steroid users.
Yeah, right. It's a fringe thing. I don't want to get involved with that. That's why, like, literally everyone they watch is on steroids. Buddy, ask a normie, like, half the fucking people you come across are like, yeah, I think The Rock is natural. He just works really hard. Like, they literally don't even know. What are you fucking talking about? Like, ask any normie who is not, like, in the fitness industry, YouTube, like, fucking terminally online, cracked. They literally can't tell the difference between, somebody who's on gear and somebody who's not. They don't know if Mike O'Hearn is fucking natural or not.
Stereotype is real for a reason. And then when these people kind of manipulate their way into saying, oh, it's healthy and it's normal and I just love training, it allows me to train even harder and push myself more, then they start to feel this kind of like almost empathy for them, and they almost feel virtuous for being tolerant of that type of thinking. So they're obviously the new ones, and they're going to be more susceptible to somebody that has been able to come up with these answers and justifications for themselves and project it onto their audience. They've been thinking about that for 5 to 10 years, right? So it's very...
This is a very strange way. So if a steroid user says, steroids allow me to be bigger, stronger, train more, enjoy my training more, and be happier and more productive, that is somehow a self-justification to use steroids? Like, what do you mean? They literally just went over benefits of steroids, which is why they're on them, for the benefits.
Very easy to fall for that, especially when you're new to the industry and you don't have the confidence in your own instincts and beliefs. It tends to get overridden by people that have years of experience lying to other people that are just basically outward projections of lies they tell themselves to justify their gear use, in my opinion, in my experience. So they fail to realize that this tolerance in socially engineered respect feels good in the short term, but neglects the thriving of the community and the health of anyone who goes down the path of using gear, and it distorts reality in the process. The fitness industry is a PED echo chamber, to put it simply. And you can...
Yeah, right. Going on gear distorts reality. And then you have natural hypertrophy making videos about how you can look like fucking Jujutsu Kaisen anime characters naturally.
Even just draw basic parallels, like if you are really good friends with someone, or if you're a parent and you have a kid, what is best for making that person feel good in the short term is rarely going to be better than just telling them the honest truth of what's actually going to be best for their long-term health. So as humans, it feels good in the short term for us to like be tolerant or be accepting of these kinds of decisions and all this rhetoric that you'll see. But in reality, if you want to have the true, healthy, aesthetic bodybuilding community thrive, then you need to push back against it, even if it's uncomfortable. And that's what I'm attempting to do here, at least to some extent.
Yes, testosterone is evil. Don't you guys understand that? Even though we're trying to, like, increase our testosterone's bad. You should be, like, punching yourself in your nuts. Because, like, your balls are trying to kill you. So, like, obviously, because your balls are trying to kill you, not only should you not go on steroids, because it's basically like having a third or fourth testicle, but we should all be punching ourselves as hard as we can in the nuts so our balls don't work and our balls will stop trying to murder us. That's why, like, some people have sleep apnea. It's actually because your nuts are, like, coming alive when you're asleep and they're choking you.
So with that said, for the intro, let's move into basically what I'm going to call chapter 1. So this is going to be the shifting of the Overton window. So what exactly is an Overton window?
Stupid.
Well, I'm sure most of you know. For anybody that doesn't know, it's basically just you can picture it like this. There's a whiteboard, and across the whiteboard, there's all sorts of morals or principles written all across it. Your Overton window is, if you were to hold up your hands like this, and you could only look through this little circle that you make here, that reflects what is currently socially or morally acceptable within the current situation. So, and when I say situation, I mean current society, modern day and age, wherever you live, etc. So let's say right now, gear use has been shifted to be morally virtuous because you're doing as much as you can for your sport, you're advancing the limits of the human body, and that's how it tends to be framed. Do you think that was created by naturals? Probably not. It's been the gear use that have shifted gear use from being bad for society and bad for health and very selfish to actually it's kind of moral. So when you're new to that, that becomes your baseline of moral perception or your.
There you go. These people are delusional, crazy, whack job fuckwits. So this has nothing to do with them believing that there's some sort of logical, practical considerations for why somebody should or should not go on gear, like, oh, it's risky for your health or something. They believe in some, like, weird ideological moral stance that, well, you're just supposed to be weak and die. Right? Like, if there's a way of becoming superhuman, like taking Captain America's super soldier serum, that's just wrong. You're just supposed to be inferior and weak and stay that way. And as you age, you're supposed to become shittier and your life is supposed to suck more. You're supposed to have less energy and look like shit and feel like shit. Why would you ever use modern medicine to make yourself better? Like, these people are just psychotic.
Look, VG, having a roid physique doesn't appeal to women. Just look at all the pictures of all these kids in their 20s who look 40 and are balding on the sides. Not to mention that having man milk shooters, with no eggplant function, just isn't the move.
I don't care, great.
Baseline of reality, when in reality, that's not actually the case if you look at it broad picture. So that's my intro for this one. Why do naturals tend to lose the debate of staying natural versus going enhanced? Why do naturals in this fitness industry basically just get walked all over and made fun of 24/7? Gear users tend to use muscle mass as a red herring. This is kind of the distraction. They zoom themselves in.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. No one. Literally no one is going over to these people's channels and saying, take steroids, losers. What are you, gay? Fucking faggots? Take steroids. Nobody's doing that. These fucktards are the ones going over to steroid users' pages and saying, oh, you take steroids, you're a cheater, you're immoral, I can't believe you do this. And then they're all doing the fake Natty thing on each other. As soon as anybody benches over 315, oh, you're on steroids. Like, it's the other way around. Nobody fucking cares what you fucking losers are doing. It's their communities that are going over to, you know, like, other people's pages and accusing them of being on steroids and moralizing about how steroids are so bad. These people are so fucking delusional.
In way too much, and people don't see the bigger picture. They don't step back because gear users almost trap them in the debate of something that is it's way too zoomed in. I'll explain what I mean here in a second. So for example, the debate always ends up being about building muscle. And it might sound kind of normal or common sense within the fitness industry, but I'll explain what I mean here basically throughout this video. It ignores the reason why muscle is important in the first place. This is their attempt to shift the Overton window. So when you look at muscle mass, black and white, gear builds more muscle. If you like building muscle, gear is therefore the logical conclusion to go to. If you love it so much it's your life obsession, then who cares about your health? It's all about muscle building. To give you a bit of an introduction or kind of give you a little bit of foreshadowing to what I'll be discussing in one of the next chapters, if you were to look at muscle mass as just muscle mass on its own with no other context, then what the gear users say can be quite logical, but that's too zoomed in. When you actually zoom out and make the window bigger or shift it to somewhere else that is more suited in reality, I would say, you start to see that muscle mass and the appeal that muscle mass in an aesthetic physique has in the first place is an indicator of supreme health, aesthetics, discipline, genetics. That's
no, it's an indicator that you have more muscle than somebody and you could probably kick their ass in a fight. So, dude, is this what people think when they go to the zoo? Like, does anybody look at the silverback gorillas at the zoo? Oh, if only I could be the gorilla at the zoo. They have superior genetics, and they're so much healthier than me because their muscles are bigger. Because that's what people think. Muscles are desirable because they signify superior health in terms of long-term health, like avoiding chronic disease and illness and living to 100. So, like, obviously, gorillas, they must live to like 200 or 300 years old because they don't take steroids. And they're, like, super jacked. So maybe we need to, like, go to the zoo and, like, you know, mix our genes with gorillas so that we can live to, like, 300? What kind of fucktarded shit is this guy on about? Oh my god, what a fucking idiot. He's just yapping and making up stupid nonsense. No one looks at fucking, like, muscles and thinks, oh, he's going to live really long. No, people think, oh, he'd be able to kick my ass. Natty Cope Destroyer donated $2. MDs and PhDs who study hormones and dig into the literature all know test is so safe and seems to have longevity benefits. Man Medicine keeps his TRT serum test levels at 1,300 nanograms per deciliter, and he is longevity focused. There doesn't seem to be any negative effects to having super physiological levels of testosterone. At least assuming you can keep estrogen a little higher. So, like, either in the upper end of the normal range or like slightly above the upper end of the normal range. So yeah, like again, it's one of the most well-tolerated drugs imaginable. And, like, the only other thing that you'd want to consider is, like, hematocrit. Like, yeah, if you have a ridiculous amount of red blood cells and platelets, obviously you're going to be prone to, whatchamacall, you're going to be prone to blood clots. But I was on, 350 test, 200 boldenone, which is known for increasing your hematocrit. My hematocrit went down on fucking 200 milligrams of boldenone. Like, it decreased. So, it's overblown. So, yeah, you can, if you're just running test, most people do not have to have, like, they're not going to have issues with, you know, ridiculously high RBC. Thanks for the donation, though, Natty Cope Destroyer. Natty Cope Destroyer donated $2. These noble natty fucks have zero educational background. and have never read any scientific literature on TRT. Their arguments are purely emotional. They shout health while spamming eggs beef, thinking their dietary cholesterol increases natural test. Yeah, really. That's another hilarious thing, too, because these people all eat like fucking shit.
All right.
Yeah, like, oh my god. I know this guy eats like crap. Where I swear I saw a fucking video where he was just eating tons of just greasy shit.
All right, what's up, everybody? So today is Q&A number 6. It's actually my 100th video too, which is wild considering it feels like I just started this channel. All right, what's up, everybody? Today, as a point of reference for the current and for the future, and you have to experiment to find these things out. Another point here is that historically, my best gains are from high frequency and volume. It works, so that's what I need to do. Preference of mine, but it's not at the moment. And then when I get up to about 20% body fat, which last time for me was around high 180s or 190, that's where I start to have to force feed a little bit more. My appetite really decreases.
Wait, did I hear that right?
Whole process is just going to suck. This can probably change in the future where maybe my lifestyle allows me to be a little bit leaner, and maybe it's a future preference of mine, but it's not at the moment. And then when I get up to about 20% body fat, which last time for me was around high 180s or 190.
Dude, this is just... I can't imagine living like this. So this guy has only been able to get up to like 190 pounds at 20% body fat. Like, he can't even get up to a flat 200 at like, you know, below 15%, which would be fairly decent. He has to get up to 20% just to get up to 190. Like, why the fuck would you... Yeah, like, that's the meme, victim weight. He can't even get up to, like, a solid 200 pounds. Bro. Why would you bother? Like, this is just fucking stupid. Oh my god. That is silly.
I low-key dislike scientific snitch because she always try to make excuses for women with PCOS, hormone problems, thyroid issues etc. and tries to claim eat less move more is bad advice. But the principle is still the same for weight loss universally.
I have no idea why she'd get into any kind of argument like that. She can be very pedantic for no reason. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
I low-key dislike scientific snitch because she always try to make excuses for women with PCOS, hormone problems, thyroid issues etc. and tries to claim eat less move more is bad advice. But the principle is still the same for weight loss universally.
Yes, you donated that twice, but thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Appreciate it. Yeah, talking about how big he is, he looks like a normal dude, yeah. Yep.
It's the appeal of muscle mass. And when you look at something like steroids, PEDs of any sort, they come with side effects. It's just not realistic to have something that does such a drastic supposed benefit that doesn't come with the other side of that double.
This guy has no clue. Literally no fucking clue. Again, these are the most well-tolerated drugs in existence. So claiming, oh, but they come with side effects. Sure, if you take enough, like, you'll eventually get to a point where you're going to have some side effects. But even saying that is misleading too, because some side effects are obviously going to be tolerable. So if you have like a little bit of extra acne, are you going to care? Some people might not care about hair loss. Some people may not really be bothered by like an increase in blood pressure because blood pressure meds are just so cheap and everything. So like even saying that is silly. These are the most well-tolerated drugs in existence, testosterone. And even if you experience side effects, they're so fucking minor and easy to manage. Nobody fucking cares. Like, that is the most silly, ridiculous fucking shit I've ever heard in my fucking life. So, where was the thing? So, this is on 210 milligrams of testosterone per week, by the way. Which is considered like, you know, high TRT dose. So, that's 2 months, 17 pounds of muscle growth. Solid ass muscle. Sorry, so that was 17 pounds of total weight increase. I probably gained about 20 pounds of muscle because I actually got leaner in between these two photos. So, yeah, after 2 months on testosterone, 210 milligrams, 17 pounds of body weight increase, but I got leaner. I was in a caloric deficit. So I probably gained about 20 pounds of muscle mass. 0 side effects. I posted my blood work after, you know, the 2 months on this dose. Decreased LDL, did not have hematocrit that was out of range. RBC like increased a little tiny bit, but well within normal range, and it's still within normal range. I got more blood work even after upping the dose pretty significantly, and blood work still within range. HbA1c improved, like literally, and again, no side effects whatsoever. So no acne, no hair loss, no like high blood pressure, 0 side effects whatsoever. So like this is so fucking silly and stupid. Yeah, like who'd have figured drugs work? Like this is just the stupidest fucking shit. Natty Cope Destroyer, $92. LMAO facts. In addition to a shit diet, these guys often promote overbulking to 25% body fat. I've definitely been there. Like NH to get big, fat releases inflammatory cytokines that shorten lifespan way more than high test doses. Well, yeah. I'm pretty confident that gaining weight to like, you know, 20% body fat rather than staying sub 15% and just taking steroids is probably better for you than getting to like around 20%. So yeah, it's just fucking stupid. And the thing is, NH doesn't even make any gains. He doesn't get any bigger or stronger, doesn't hit any fucking PRs. At least when I got fat to bench 410, I fucking benched 410. And, like, after I dieted, you could see, like, I gained a lot of fucking muscle. NH can't even make any fucking gains. Like, it's fucking hilarious. And then people talk shit about me being vegan. All these fucking gay-ass retards, when they fucking bulk up, they don't even fucking... They just get fat, and then here's me, vegan, actually fucking outlifts these people and makes more progress. Fucking retarded. And that was when I was natty, so for anybody fucking talking shit, you're a fucking idiot. But yeah, thanks for the donation, Natty Cope Destroyer.
Double-edged sword. It's always the case. Every time, if you have any pattern recognition, you will start to pick up on that. There's no miracle drugs, is basically what I'm trying to say. The better a drug is, the worse the side effects are. generally speaking. So they tend to say, well, it's just about muscle mass, but I say, well, what's the point of muscle mass in the first place? It's to signal health, aesthetics, vitality. One word I'll touch on today is just aura, because I think it's funny all the younger kids are saying it these days, but it's actually pretty true in this case, and I think it's a pretty valid and relevant word to be using. So be insecure, lazy, take gear, get side effects, gaslight yourself into not caring.
Insecure and lazy. Buddy, I train more than you do. Especially now that I'm on gear. You can see my training sessions and how long they go for. Like, I stream most of my fucking training. My sessions have been a little shorter for chest days, because I have the elbow injury, so I haven't been able to do triceps, but you can see, like, 2 hours 54 minutes, 2 hours 30 minutes, 2 hours 47 minutes, 2 hours 34 minutes. Like, a lot of my sessions are getting they're between 2.5 to 3 hours. And that's like 5 days a week, 3 on, 1 off, 3 on, 1 off. Like this guy's a fucking idiot. So I don't train hard. Buddy, I was bigger and stronger than you when I was natural. And that gap has only widened now that I'm on steroids. Like, all they can do is cope. Buddy, like, give me a fucking break. You're 190 pounds at 20% body fat. Like, buddy, give me a fucking break. It's just hilarious. Oh my god. Natty Cope Destroyer donated $2. When I hopped on, I started caring more about my health, lipids, HbA1c, blood pressure, etc. I also started doing cardio daily, cut out red meat, eggs. Test motivated me to get healthier. These natties don't understand health. They assume not natty equals unhealthy. Yeah, I know. And again, these people are like, I'm going to eat more red meat because red meat build more muscle. And then they're eating something that is linked with heart disease and diabetes. And then when a vegan comes along and tells them, red meat is really bad for you. That's only a correlational study, so that doesn't count. And then when you ask them what research is there that steroids are bad for you, I don't need any research, just trust me, bro. Like, it's fucking stupid. Rich Piana is the only evidence I need. Like, yeah, it's just retarded. Thanks for the donation, Natty Cope Destroyer.
Shift the conversation away from health, mass, and aesthetics, and only into muscle mass or strength. That's the gist of what I'm getting at here. They also tend to appeal to ignorance. The example I'd use is there isn't enough data to prove gear use is unhealthy, therefore I'll assume it's healthy or at least neutral. And I think if you just use your common sense,
That is not true at all. They make shit up. They literally make shit up. Oh my god. So for one thing, there are steroids that were originally made, that were like derivatives of testosterone or something that ended up not being approved for human use. And they ended up getting banned, and some of them for very good reason, like Trenbolone. Trenbolone, like, everyone knows Trenbolone's terrible for you. So, like, where is he getting this idea that, steroid users just assume that, steroids are, like, neutral for your health? What does that mean? Show me somebody who's, like, taking steroids who says Tren is fine. Like, yeah, so there's... at least a dozen or so, like, different steroids from each category. Like, like testosterone derivatives, DHT derivatives, 19-nors. And then this guy is, like, just making some general claim that steroids are just safe. What steroids, in what context, in what doses, from what category... What a fucking idiot.
gear user is going to have some type of side effect, and it's going to show up at one point or another. And you might think these are kind of subtle side effects, like a little bit of hair loss, a little bit of acne, redding of the skin, your head or
Like your nails growing faster than normal is a side effect. It's just silly.
face muscles growing. Like, you can just see them, and they don't look good. Like, there's almost a repulsive.
Oh my god. It doesn't look good. I don't want to be bigger and stronger. I want to be pretty. Oh, they're so lame and gay. Kid Boo donate $2. Islam versus logic. Let me see.
Not normal, even back then, for 51-year-olds to marry 6-year-olds.
6-year-olds.
She was 6. You want me to show you the hadith? Sahih al-Bukhari, 5133, as you can see right here. Narrated by Aisha herself. The Prophet married her when she was... Can you read that for me? What does that say?
I'll let you read it. You don't want me to talk.
You don't know how to read? Okay, well, you're just like the
Oh,
Prophet.
no, I know how to read. I said I don't want to. I'll let you talk. Since you don't want me to talk, I'm going to let you read it.
6 years old, and consummated the marriage when she was 9 years old. So that would make him a PDF file. Even if you were right to say that it was normal back then, which it wasn't. One, he...
How can these dumb spiritual influencers make these claims so confidently?
I'll look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Blink.
would still be a PDF file. Okay? And just because something's normal doesn't change what that is. He still would be that. 2, the problem with what you're saying is they consider the Prophet Muhammad to be the most perfect man to ever exist and ever will exist. So you are actually kind of insulting Muslims by comparing him to just the average person of the 600s AD, CE, or whatever you want to call it. This one is Sahih al-Bukhari 20.
Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Stage of life. It's walking through a doorway. And in actual fact, that's what's weird about it is we always call it the afterlife. This is the afterlife because we are a soul. That's our natural state. Non-physical reality is our home. This is the afterlife. So
what in the fuck is this horse shit?
we just wake up back in home when we die. We just expand back to our soul self.
Okay, these people are just gay and retarded.
Their soul is ready. If somebody dies at a young age, it's because their soul was ready. Dolores Cannon talks about exit points.
Oh, okay. So all the kids that were murdered in the Holocaust, their soul was just ready. Okay, fuck this dipshit. Thanks for the donation, Blink.
Do you like Chinese girls?
No, thanks for the donation. STX donate $2. Cannot stand anti-science, flat earther, naturalist, degenerates. If I could press a button and wipe them all, literally I would. My blood is boiling when I see their random bullshit. Yeah, I mean, they're retarded. Thanks for the donation, STX.
Feeling that you get from seeing something like that. I'm not trying to offend anybody or be rude. I'm just being honest. Like, that's honestly how I feel about those side effects. But if you're hyper fixated on just the muscle component, you tend to be able to override that psychologically. But that's also out of touch with reality. That's not how the default setting is, how it goes as far as humans are wired to think, in my experience and in my opinion. In their minds,
I don't know what the fuck he's even talking about.
taking gear is actually virtuous because the pipeline, you could say, or the funnel is another good way to put it, of the fitness industry has shifted the frame of their perception from gear being a shortcut to gear being virtuous, because
no one is making the argument that taking gear is good because it's virtuous. This guy's a delusional fuckwit.
now size is all that matters. It's willful ignorance driven by body dysmorphia within themselves or the person or community who distorted your perceptions. This is a large part of the reason why your goals or goal physique inflates over time. So you can see how they've officially turned gear use into something that's not just categorized into basically every other street drug out there. It's basically turned it into something that's not even neutral. It's apparently now virtuous. So you can see all...
Who's making that argument? Oh, you just made that up. Okay, great.
All these manipulations, they start to add up. These people create their accounts. They tell their followers the same little lies and the gaslighting they tell themselves, and then you get all these susceptible new people with no confidence giving them social proof and backing them up and defending them, sometimes parasocial.
What's funny is there's like no fucking channels on YouTube promoting gear use, like practically zero. The only channels that you see doing that are like looks maxers, so like clavicular, androgenic, dudes who are on TRT, so it's like the TRT bros, and then there's some like biohacking channels. And like the only other category would be like the hardcore bodybuilding channels, but it's not, it's really just for people who are interested in actually doing competitive bodybuilding. It's not like them trying to convince normal people to just take gear. So what the fuck is this guy talking about? Like, show me any mainstream fitness channels right now that are run by steroid users where they're trying to convince normie idiots like you that they should be taking gear. Who? Has Larry Wheels ever tried to convince you to take steroids, you fucktard? Like, this is just weird.
Relationships in some cases kind of accelerate or inflate those feelings, at least to an extent, and you can kind of see how over time something like gear use that goes from this like generally terrible stereotype in the eyes of most people to now like some virtuous thing in the modern world. So it's pretty interesting, and I think when you look at a big picture that becomes fairly obvious. So these people, they also tend to imply that they kind of constantly imply everyone wants to take gear, and that's just not true. They'll say things like the only reason you don't take it is because you're afraid of needles.
Everyone wants to take steroids. Absolutely everybody. So again, if Captain America's super soldier serum existed, would you take it? Would you take a steroid that gave you super strength, made you immune to disease, had you heal like Wolverine, and made you immortal? The answer would obviously be yes. Now, if I asked you, would you still take that steroid if the only benefit you got from it was like super strength and you had to inject it once a week, your answer probably would still be yes.
There might be some people that are dumb enough to actually believe themselves when they say that, or believe that that's actually true, but it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, logically, when you really sit down and think about that, it really makes no sense. If you actually cared about building muscle that much and it was that important, you'd think that would override your fear of needles. So to me, that just tells me that there's probably a deeper reason than being afraid of needles. And
no, I don't know why that would be the case. There are people with a lot of fucking personal issues. Like I mean, there are people with agoraphobia and like severe PTSD who can't hold down a steady job and they're broke. Like, you would expect, okay, well, would you not want to like live a more comfortable lifestyle and have more money? Yeah, but like they can't get over their weird phobias and personal issues. So why would you like, this is everything he says is just stupid.
And anybody that says that hasn't actually thought it through. They're just trying to justify their own decision and attack somebody in the process to create an enemy in their own head to justify their own stance. The only reason you don't take it is because you're afraid of needles. Stupid argument, in my opinion. Everyone has thought about taking it is another one you'll hear all the time. That's also not true. It is more common than I thought. I thought there would be more people like me, and I'm not trying to like grandstand or anything. It's just that the honest truth is that I've never considered taking gear, like never, not once, because it has always been health first. So in my experience, in my opinion, it was never an option. It's not something I ever allowed myself to even consider, and it's not something that's ever appealed to me. If I didn't care as much about my health, or if I tricked myself into not caring.
So there you go. This has nothing to do with any practical issues or considerations. It's just ideological. He even admits it himself.
About my health, who knows? Like, maybe I would consider it. So I'm not trying to act like I'm better than anybody or like somehow more like righteous or virtuous or whatever. That's
right. I care so much about my health. That's why I get fat and gain weight. Okay. I get up to 20% or more body fat. All right. Like, give me a fucking break. This is just silly.
It's just the way I am, and I think there are a lot of other naturals that are that way, because ultimately your desire for muscle mass is a desire to increase or to signal to yourself and to the world that you are healthy, you're a good role model, people take you more seriously when you look aesthetic and when you look healthy. It's just it's a good aura, you could say. I'm going to keep using that word as much as I can to project onto the world, in my opinion.
This is just fucktarded. Like, out of this world fucktarded. So is that why Arnold Schwarzenegger became such a popular big-name movie star? Because he was natural, and he signaled to the world how natural and healthy he was? Even though he was taking steroids since he was 15? Like, okay.
And I think it's very masculine, and I think it's something that's sorely lacking in the modern world, and having the desire to improve on that
Yeah, right, okay, Being afraid of needles is masculine, gotcha.
is like a natural, no pun intended, healthy desire, and it's a healthy thing to chase after. So I don't think it's particularly, I don't think it's like extra virtuous or moral or righteous or anything. I almost think it's just kind of like, I think it's kind of a natural feeling is what I'm trying to say. I think it's more of an instinct than anything. They'll also say things along the lines of like, naturals are a cult, or naturals are like culty.
This is out of this world fucking dumb. So, first of all, I don't know why this guy figures it's natural to gravitate towards a naturally obtainable physique. You'll see this in other animals. I know this is a thing in hunting. You'll see like turkeys. They'll put up like fake turkeys with larger breasts to attract more males. Like other animals actually like disproportionate physiques, and it makes them more sexually attracted to, like, you know, members of the opposite sex when they have some disproportionate body parts. That's not just true of humans, where like some dudes like really big asses or really big tits. Other animals also exhibit that same preference. So I don't know how he figures it's natural to have be attracted to natural physiques. It's not. If anything, the opposite is true. We seem to have a preference towards exaggerated, disproportionate physiques. And you can see the popularity of things like steroid use, breast implants, like the fact that we even have gyms where we exercise, like that should tell you clearly what is considered like a natural, fit, healthy physique, where, you know, normally you just build muscle by, I don't know, doing farm work or something. We literally have gyms where we try to maximize to the highest level possible how much muscle we can build. And even still, that's not enough. And then people still add steroids on top of that. And then those are the dudes with the most desirable physiques. Like, look at, what's his name? Liam Hemsworth, the guy who played Thor. Dude, that guy was blasting fucking steroids like fucking crazy. And I remember when that movie first came out, a lot of fucking girls were like, oh, fucking damn, I want them muscles. So, like, this is just fucking silly. I don't know why I'd accept any of the fucking premises of these arguments. One, I totally reject the idea that people naturally gravitate towards natural-looking physiques. They don't. It's even exhibited in other species that we prefer, that other species, not just us, we prefer exaggerated physiques. And there's plenty of examples, like, anecdotally and just culturally, that we prefer exaggerated physiques. That's why girls get breast implants. That's why dudes take steroids. That's why a lot of the biggest movie actors that are, you know, considered the best looking people alive, they all have plastic surgery or take steroids.
Or don't listen to like this cult of naturals. They tend to use that quite a bit. This is pretty insidious in my opinion, and this might be the worst accusation that you'll see. This protects gear users from being critiqued. This is just generally kind of like a libertarian-esque cope, where it's basically like any sense of standards or any sense of morals or authority or organization is just like fascism or like overstepping authoritarianism. So that just defeats the whole. At that point, it's like, well, okay, well, you can't do anything. If any type of organization or authority is just like immediately the most extreme version of it, then they they're only talking and discussing and viewing their world and their perception in black and white terms, and obviously you can't really fight that unless you just explain the reasoning behind their own perception, which I'm trying to do here. They'll say things along the lines of naturals are jealous, which there probably are some naturals that are jealous, but they're also just, like I said a few minutes ago, if you're
this is like most naturals are just normies. Like, they don't know who is or isn't on steroids. So when somebody says this, they're not talking about normies. They're talking about fucking weirdos like this, like basement bodybuilding or natural hypertrophy or Atlas Power Shrugged. Those fucking noble natty fucking whack job weirdos, they absolutely are jealous. But like normal fucking dipshits who just want to go to the gym because they saw, like, I don't know, Hugh Jackman and Wolverine and they got inspired to work out because of it. They don't know that Hugh Jackman's on steroids. They're not fucking jealous of him being on gear. Like, they don't fucking know anything. They just want to work out and look better. But yeah, these fucking weirdos, they're absolutely jealous.
Truly, if you're natural and you're truly jealous of a gear user and you value their muscle mass and their physique that much, that will absolutely override your fear of needles, right? So
no.
This one just doesn't add up when you think about it.
I don't know why I'd accept that premise.
For more than 30 seconds, in my opinion. This, I would say, this whole naturals are jealous approach, or this train of thought, this is also projection. If these guys had what it takes to look like Steve Reeves naturally, these gear users, by the way, they'd never hop on gear in the first place. Taking gear is hyperfixating on one variable.
I was more jacked than Steve Reeves before I went on steroids. And, like, dude, Steve Reeves was a tiny little fucking manlet. That guy was small as fuck. Why in the fuck would, like, I don't give two shits about Steve Reeves. Like, dude, I've always been thinking of, like, Goku, Vegeta, Guts from Berserk. Like, now my goal physique is Kazuya from Tekken 8. The fuck do I care about Steve Reeves? He's fucking tiny.
Variable, so in this case muscle mass, to gain a false sense of respect for supposed mastery, which helps them cope with never being able to look good naturally. So to finish up this chapter, what I'd say here is, if you don't, I'll put some pictures of myself or some videos of myself on the screen. I'll put some in like natural lighting too, so you can see what I just actually look like normally, not in some crazy downlighting or a mirror or anything. If you don't look better than me in these videos or these pictures that I'm showing here, you have no right. You have no ground to stand on to tell me that I'm not taking gear because I'm afraid of needles.
I don't know what fucking point. I have no idea what he's talking about.
You couldn't even look better than me naturally. You think I'm afraid of needles?
I looked better than you naturally. I was bigger and stronger than you naturally. And now that I'm on steroids, that gap has only widened. You are a pussy who is afraid of needles.
You're afraid to train hard. It's as simple as that. So that doesn't need to be...
I'm afraid to train hard. That's why I train longer and harder than you do. And I've been bigger and stronger than you, even when I was natural. 'Cause I don't train hard. Ugh.
Expanded on any further, that's extremely straightforward, and I think when you frame it
oh my god, this guy's such a dork.
like that, it kind of adds up. Chapter 2, this is going to be the second part. This is the important one here, and it's losing touch with reality. That's going to be the main theme of what I discuss here. I hinted at it in this first chapter about how ultimately we're talking about muscle mass, and that's all we discuss in the fitness industry, but why? What's the importance of muscle mass? What does it signal? Why do we desire it? What's the value of muscle mass? That's what needs to be... We need to shift the Overton window back to those kinds of topics. So muscular physiques are captivating because they signal exceptional health, strength, and in some cases you can make the argument for superior and supreme genetics. I think those are important by...
I don't know why I would accept any of those propositions. Having more muscle mass is certainly a signifier of increased strength. You're more likely to be able to kick somebody's ass. I don't know why that's necessarily a signifier of better health overall. Like, presumably, things that are beneficial for health overall may, in fact, look like they're not great for health. So, like, having, like, some of the genetics that make you have a lower risk for cancer, for instance, for whatever reason, they may make you look more sickly and weak. I don't know why I agree with that whole premise that just being more jacked is somehow like a signifier of like better health in general. No, like the only thing I'd assume it to be a signifier of is you could probably kick somebody's ass.
Biological traits to seek after. Of course, genetics, you can debate whether it's something that you can create or something you're born with, but generally speaking, if you have an excellent physique, that's going to be associated with strong genetics that are valuable. We have millions of years of biology behind us.
Buddy, like, you can only get up to 190 pounds at like 20% body fat, so yeah, I don't think you've exactly won the genetic lottery there, bud.
To seek out true health and vitality, your instincts will always be stronger than some blood work test or just like short-term or even mid to long-term studies on gear use in the modern world. We're designed to have a vision for who looks healthy, who's somebody we can associate ourselves with, who's somebody.
Oh, there we go. So trust me, bro, is better than research. Just general intuition, trust me, bro, fifis, vibes. That's better than research. Okay, well, you know, since modern medicine and science has allowed us to live longer, and steroids are, you know, like made from modern science, the whole point of coming up with these drugs is to make us, you know, better and stronger and more robust. Clearly, steroids are good for us. You know, it's just a vibe that I have. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, wow, he's just going to dismiss any research that we have on these drugs and just say, I don't know, it's just a vibe. I have some pretty good feels that they're just bad for you.
That is worthy of starting a family with, and how do we make sure everybody's healthy? Like, we have millions of years of psychology and biology to seek these things out, and you can instantly tell how unappealing the side effects of gear use are, so I don't care what a study said.
Yes, everyone hates improved mood, energy, sex drive, and muscle mass. The side effects are just so horrendous. What an idiot. Natty Cope Destroyer, $92. I care about health. Well, this guy was fat as hell for like 3 years. Only recently cut down. He also probably doesn't optimize his cardio, even though VO2 max is more correlated with longevity than muscle mass. He also probably rarely gets blood work. Well, if ever. I doubt it. These people are just so fucking silly, dude. They're the silliest, most ridiculous dorks I've ever fucking come across. I would rank them like most retarded to least retarded out of the three. I think I'd have to put Atlas Power Shrugged above NH in terms of dumbass retard. Then it would be NH, then it would be this guy. So I guess he's like the base of the pyramid when it comes to retard. Thanks for the donation though, Natty Cope Destroyer.
Or what your blood work says, you can just visually see that people that are on gear are unhealthy because the side effects are obvious. So how unhealthy they are, obviously, is going to be, it does require nuance. So I'm not just trying to say that gear is all going to kill everybody in 5 years after taking it, but generally speaking, when you're seeing these side effects visually.
Oh, you don't say. So Mike O'Hearn may live a few more years yet.
I don't care what the science says. I don't care what blood work looks like. When somebody looks visually unhealthy, odds are they are unhealthy. Simple as that. I honestly.
That is one of the silliest things you could possibly fucking say. There are some things that would make you more healthy and would likely make you appear sicker or more frail or less healthy. So one of those things being having lower body fat percentage. If you have a lower body fat percentage, you may look more gaunt. some people, especially when they get older, there's less collagen in their face, and when they get to a healthy body fat percentage, they look like they have cancer or something. So, I guess being at a healthy body weight is bad for you because you look sicker. Like this guy's a retard. Like, again, it's all vibes, it's all feels, whatever.
Is that true that CDG died? Heard some rumors and thought it was a joke, but he hasn't been on Discord or responding to messages. Haven't seen him in chat or donate in a little while. Do you know anything about it? He was here almost every stream.
I don't know, don't care. He was being a complete fucking dick. So, don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I think it's just common sense. So, don't lose touch with your instincts. The fitness industry does delude your perspective, so you just have to be wary of that. Don't get caught in the echo chamber is what I'm trying to say here. Muscle matters because it's
Yes, don't listen to any arguments or read any research or, think critically. Just go off of feels.
And all these words kind of overlap, but health, masculinity, or for women, femininity, being in great shape, those apply to each other depending on your gender.
Yes, it's masculine to want to be smaller and weaker and be afraid of needles. That's what masculinity is.
Aura, that's a hilarious word that I think is going to be funny and quite suiting for today. And honestly, a really good one is just vitality. Like, you can see vitality and you can see when somebody's unhealthy. Simple as that. And I do think our instincts are just superior to like a blood work test or random studies on gear use. You can call me anti.
Yeah, right. Vibes and feelings are better than objectively verifiable facts. Okay.
Science or whatever, but that's just the way I see it. I do trust my instincts quite a bit more than most people in modern.
Yes, comprehensive like blood testing. That's garbage compared to I don't like the way you look. Oh, you have like low cholesterol, good blood pressure, your HbA1c is low. Yeah, but I don't like the way you look, so you must be really unhealthy. Okay. Like by the way, like the amount of cultural bias that could also come into play here. Like, imagine if you came from a culture where pale skin is a signifier of ill health. You would automatically think like every fucking white dude you see is in poor health. So, I'm sorry, you're white. You're in bad health. Like, there's so many fucking problems with this line of reasoning. And this guy is like trying to justify it. Like, you just trust your instincts. Well, fucking retarded.
World, I would say. Muscle mass and the way your physique looks, aesthetics, you could say, is a metric of this. But if you chase it at the expense of...
Anadrol Skittles donate $2. Most natties who start lifting obsess and follow steroid users. It's usually roided physiques that go viral and become icons. David Lades, Arnold, Jeff Side, list goes on. Almost nobody wants to look natty. Well, yeah, I mean, if you ask any of these fucktards what their ideal physique is, they're either going to mention, like, a fake natty or somebody they think is natural. Or, like, especially these days, a lot of people, like, mention an anime or comic book superhero or something where they're obviously never going to fucking look like that without steroids. It's fucking ridiculous. Thanks for the donation, though, Anadrol Skittles.
Other components, it ceases to be a worthwhile metric. So if you're chasing muscle mass, but it's at the expense of your health, what is the point of the muscle mass at this point? There's really no point because you are
that would be the case if you were natural. Presumably, you could make sacrifices to your health if you were natural.
Completely imbalanced and you're lopsided. And I don't mean aesthetically within the proportions of your physique, but I mean in the actual purpose of having muscle mass in the first place. You're having muscle mass to
I have muscle mass because I have an interest in having more muscle mass.
Signal health superiority.
I'm not trying to signal health. I'm trying to signal that I have more muscle.
Strength, confidence, all those kinds of things. If you have the muscle but you don't have the health, what's the point of the muscle? Simple as that. Obviously, when you view the fitness industry or you view lifting through the lens of a body.
Again, presumably, you could make more sacrifices to your health being natural than you could on being on gear. Like, if you had to go on these crazy dirty bulks, you know, like Chris Jones was doing for years, in order to make any progress as a natural, do you honestly think that's better for you than just staying on like a lower dose of test and like just making lean gains? So, like, this guy did not think through any of these fucking arguments he made.
Bodybuilding judge, then yeah, you're going to be distorted because bodybuilding, it is an extreme. You're hyperfixating on one variable at the expense of others, and that's why you see bodybuilders die all the time. And then you see most other gear users, which are just caught
You do not see bodybuilders die all the time.
in the middle. They're not healthy, they're not vital, they're not projecting this almost like human beauty, and they're not quite that pro bodybuilder that's like going to have a very short lifespan and potentially die in the process. They're getting all these nasty side effects. Could still die in the process, or could have some chronic conditions that are produced through gear use. They could have some just poor side effects that negate any aesthetics that they build. But ultimately, it's not a good path to go down, in my opinion. So don't chase one variable at the expense of others, and that's why I do believe natural bodybuilding or just natural lifting in general to be superior for the vast majority of people. That's not to say I don't respect people that take gear. Like, there are people that do commit to mastery, where they do have to basically sacrifice certain variables to master another, and I do respect that. So I don't have any issue with that.
This is going to be the case in any sport. If you're maximizing an adaptation, you're not... No one is doing any form of athletics with the, like, idea, I'm gonna live as long as possible. Like, it would be assumed if you're trying to become the best runner, best sprinter, best powerlifter, that is going to come at the expense of maximum life extension. I don't know, like this is just, everything he's saying is just so silly and stupid.
Based comment on a Michelle FC video. Do a spike protein detox. Looks like your hair is thinning. You probably got the jab. My daughter is a cosmologist and said she can't believe the amount of young women coming in with thinning hair. You can reverse it.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude. Natty Cope destroyed her $2. I look younger on gear. Lol. Don't block E2. Use Retin A plus GHKCU. Also a skincare routine. This guy looks at IFBB pros on AI's orals pre-contest and assumes all gear users look like that. Also, he said, I don't care what the science says. He's a fucking idiot. Yeah, I know. Yeah, like he knows full well there's research on this, like, that contradicts his viewpoint. So the way out for that is, well, my standard for evidence is however I feel about it. Okay. If that's a justifiable standard, then I guess every steroid user is in better health than him because of the way they feel about it. It's just silly. Like, so yeah. Thanks for the donation, Natty Cope Destroyer.
But let's not kid ourselves. The vast majority of people taking gear are not going to be pro strongman. They have no desire to do that. They're not somebody like, say, Sam Sheether, who's another one that's, again, trying to be an extremely strong, if not the strongest person in the world. It's like, those are people that are after mastery. Most people are not like that, straight up. That's very, very, very obvious.
I don't know why that matters. You don't have to be the absolute #1 best in the world to benefit from taking gear. If you want to be stronger than you were before, and the only way to achieve that level of strength is to take gear, then what's the issue with taking gear?
The fitness industry is a pipeline that takes people seeking vitality and has them hyper-focus on the variable of muscle mass and leads them to forget about the bigger picture. So I've talked about this one already, no need to expand there. Gear users will always be vocal on social media because they need constant validation from others to...
Gear users are not vocal on social media. Again, and until Rich Piana came onto the scene, no one was talking about steroids, like, at all, with a few exceptions. What's his name? Dave Palumbo. He was talking about gear for a while. And who is the other guy? The bald dude? Not Jason Blaha, obviously. The guy he beefed with. Jerry Ward? Yeah, Jerry Ward, right? Like, there's a few small channels, and, like, just Rich Piana, basically. And it's changed a little now. A big reason for that is because of Tony Huge. Tony Huge is literally fucking evil, and he was just lying to everybody, telling people to take massive fucking doses of steroids because, oh, that's what the pros were doing. And then a bunch of pro bodybuilders, just to, like, stop Tony Huge from fucking spreading nonsense, a lot of them just started talking about what they're actually taking so dumbass kids don't start doing, like, 4 or 5 grams of fucking gear a week. But where is he getting this? Like, please show me, you know, the mainstream fucking YouTube channels, like, where's David Lade? Like trying to convince people to go on steroids and SARMs and all this shit. No one's doing this. They all have their own communities. They don't go out of their way to fucking shame natural lifters and then try to convince them all to take steroids. The steroid using community, you know, they just talk about fucking gear use for anybody who wants to listen to it. These are the fuckers who get into everyone's fucking business.
To justify their usage because internally something still feels off. So if you can take gear and you can stay underground and you can keep quiet and not talk about it all the time on social media, and you personally have a genuine justification for your use, like Mastery, for example, competing.
Why would you keep it to yourself when you know other people can benefit from using it?
Bodybuilding, trying to be the best at that, strongman, powerlifting, whatever, then, like, so be it. I mean, I'm not completely against just ultimate freedom or anything. Like, obviously, it's a very nuanced conversation that I don't have time to discuss today.
Yeah, so if you know that there are other people who can get similar benefits from using steroids like you do, and you can also give some advice on how to take it more safely, why would you keep your mouth shut and just keep this all a secret to yourself? You'd expect people to just share things. Like, this is retarded.
But again, that's not most people. So most people, what they do, they build up their social media following. They try and seem hardcore, virtuous, tough, masculine, etc. You can throw in any similar words to that. They use their audience as basically justification and constant positive feedback to justify their use because they know internally they are unable to do that. And I think that becomes quite obvious when you see the Instagram.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking. Like, dude, every accusation is an admission with this guy. It's just all projection.
Instagram accounts of most gear users, if you really think about it and kind of look into what they're doing. So gear is a shortcut to the physique.
So again, could you not make the same argument? You could make the same argument for this guy. Oh, his diet and lifestyle is not conducive to maximal life extension strategy and health long term, and he tries to justify his lifestyle by getting validation from his audience, talking about how much muscle mass he's built in natural bodybuilding. You could make the same stupid dumb fuck argument. Guess what? Some people just like living a certain way and doing certain things. It's not all about insecurity. Like, I like certain motorcycles not because I'm trying to prove anything to somebody. Like, look how fast and cool I am. I just like riding bikes. I'm not trying to look like, you know, fucking the coolest guy on the street by driving some, like, awesome sport bike. I just like I just like riding bikes. I'm not trying to impress anybody. Same with like taking steroids or lifting weights. Like maybe I just enjoy it. Has nothing to do with insecurity. Bagels in New York, donate $2. How are your arms feeling today? Pretty good. Are you doing better? Yes. Are you going to reduce your stack/workout? I don't know what that means. Also, Clarence made a new video about you. Can we watch it on stream now? Thanks for the donation, dude. No point in watching it on stream. 21st. I think I skipped your thing.
Look at the beautiful latest video thumbnail about you. You look like a retarded nigger. Does she have problems? Seems like all her videos are about you.
Is that like weird fucktard I banned a while ago? Who was making shit up about me? Yeah, I think that's the person. So she made like another account? Okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna ban her again, I guess.
Something like trend.
Wait. Yeah, she's banned now. Okay, thanks for letting me know.
But the side effects, even the subtle ones, cancel out the physique at the end of the day when you truly look at it from a place of good mental and physical health. Whether we want to admit it or not, it needs to be taken into account and it can't be ignored any longer. So we have to look at the big picture. I'm not trying to make it, and this is almost the way I viewed bodybuilding for a while. People would say, oh, well, it's actually about health. And I'm like, no, like I'm not like some hippy-dippy guy that's worried about like health and eating greens and stuff all the time. Like, no, I love muscle mass and that's my main thing. But when you actually think about it, muscle mass, like I've said a bunch of times already, it's a signal of health. So ultimately it is about health. And that's what muscle mass is. Muscle mass is health. It is vitality.
Okay, so he's contradicting his own argument now. Oh, you have to be maximally healthy, but I don't care about being maximally healthy. I care about looking as if I'm maximally healthy? Okay.
And you are chasing health when you're chasing muscle growth. And to get the optimal amount of muscle mass as a natural lifter, you have to live a healthy lifestyle. So they're all very congruent, I would say. So I'm not saying...
No, you don't. Again, it's very likely that you'd have to make sacrifices to your health in order to build the most amount of muscle possible naturally.
To be like some hippie, like kombucha drinking guy that like does CrossFit or something, but muscle mass in natural bodybuilding is true health. And your muscle mass and your ability to train hard and how your progress is going in the gym is a reflection of how healthy you actually are. So the whole thing.
No, it's not. It's a reflection of how much anabolism that you can create. So no.
It encapsulates quite a bit when you really think about it, in my opinion. Mentally ill, quote unquote, aura, I'll say, is forgetting the origins of the desire and appeal for aesthetics and not following. I'm still a little bit blind without my glasses, and allowing that to be overridden by competition for size regardless of side effects. Like I said, too zoomed in. Is being anti-gear Natty?
This is, again, a weird ideological nonsense. Like, this is just all nonsense.
Cope for being afraid to use needles.
He's, again, making this weird argument that the only reason you need to look a certain way that I like, and the reason for you to want to look that way that I like needs to be for a certain reason. Like, it's so strange what he's saying. So it's like, it's basically like him saying, not only do you need to like pineapple on pizza, but you have to like pineapple on pizza for the same reason I like pineapple on pizza. 21st donated $2. Nah, this shit's hilarious. Don't care. How come you haven't changed your Instagram? PFP at your face. Yeah, great. I don't care.
This is another one worth touching on briefly already. I would say no. 99% of the time, natural lifters are just people who haven't lost touch with reality and don't have body dysmorphia. The fitness industry is an echo chamber. We know it warps people's perceptions, so it's to be expected that A lot of people succumb to that and they become gear users after being exposed and wrapped up in the fitness industry for a long enough time. They get body dysmorphia, they follow people that use their own audience as a justification for their gear use, and they wonder why they feel much more neutral or positive about gear use now. And it's just this insidious it's this insidious cycle that keeps repeating itself. And it's kind of unfortunate to see. And ultimately, it's been getting worse and worse. And I find that when it comes to combating something like that, you can't just sit on the ground and try and tear things down. You have to not only go against it and call it out, but you have to build something of your own up. So I'm trying to do a little bit of both, more specifically build up natural bodybuilding. And I think we need more voices for it, is what I'm trying to say here. So anybody that has a voice, it's worth speaking up about. 10 years ago, it was basically...
Yeah, we need more dumb fucks like natural hypertrophy that can gaslight people into being so delusional that they can look like a jacked up anime character without taking steroids.
Just Alex Leonidas talking about it, like there was nobody else. So the few of us that have come along to further that message, it's helped the community for sure. Next point here, being afraid of needles isn't even a thing. It's a non-argument in my opinion. If someone's logic is that a slight scare of a needle overrides their whole desire to take gear.
This guy is like if he's being serious here, he's genuinely fucktarded. The whole point about being afraid of needles isn't necessarily literally being afraid of needles themselves. It's about being afraid of the social stigma. It's about believing all the stupid nonsense propaganda that you've heard about steroids. Sort of like how your kids in your teachers in high school told you if you ever smoke weed, your life is going to turn to shit and you're going to go insane, like that sort of crap. Like, it's not about literally just actually being afraid of needles, you fucking idiot. Dodo need $2. Can we watch the Fern video now? I'm bored. I don't know, maybe. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Then it's clearly not that tempting or valuable to them in the first place. Touched on that earlier, so I'll leave it at that. Your physique is ultimately a status symbol for health. Your physique, aesthetics, drugs, everything else.
Why does he keep repeating himself over and over and over again? It's like he's got a mental problem. Like, he even wrote down notes and he just says the same thing over and over again.
Fat needs a bunch of unhealthy food, so I'm no unhealthier than everyone else. If you allow society or your perception of society to determine your values, you've lost touch with your intuition and you see behind the curtain. This is full-blown mask off, but they don't even realize that. They create enemies. So gear users will label natural lifters, so just normal people that lift weights, as cultists, as Puritans, as scared of needles, as...
No one does this. Show me one example of anyone doing that.
Morally righteous people,
He's already said this already. Okay, this guy's... I'm convinced this guy might actually be a retard. He actually wrote down notes for this video. And he repeated himself over and over and over again, saying the same 3 things. Again and again and again and again. For nearly an hour. He may, in fact, be retarded. And I think he'd have to be. I'm pretty sure he is.
The South Pacific. Unfortunately, the country has been infiltrated by a doomsday cult, Grace Road. They rule their members with an iron fist, while entangling international authorities in a years-long game of cat and mouse. Unhindered, the cult built a vast business empire stretching across the island, warmly embraced by the local government. Their ambitions seem to be far from over.
They expanded from 30-something businesses to 54 in the period following the raids.
Do we look like a hurt?
There have been allegations of being fed improperly, being housed improperly, being overworked, well beyond what normal labor practices would allow, and physical punishments to top everything off.
I realized my passport was gone. I was panicking a lot. I was screaming for help.
This story is about religious fanaticism.
Actually, their whole purpose is about preparing for great tribulation or the Armageddon, the end of days.
About a regime deeply entwined with them.
The church were able to ingratiate themselves with senior people in the government of the day.
About freedom of press.
Our latest investigation story, or piece, is with our lawyers.
That the permits given to your production company must be cancelled forthwith.
We're basically holding back the studies.
And about an entire country in the chokehold of a sect.
What happens if you effectively kill this golden goose?
How did Grace Road amass so much power? How far does its influence reach? And why has no one stepped in to stop them? Well, we went there ourselves to find out.
All right, it's the first day here.
This investigation is, of course, a job for Valley. He previously traveled to Ethiopia for us, where a new ocean is forming. It doesn't take long to convince him to go.
I was super happy when Fern asked me to go to the other side of the world to join a cult, I guess.
Now he's on a 48-hour trip from Vienna to Fiji.
This is the farthest away I've ever been from home. Literally the exact opposite side of the world.
Valley will spend nearly a week in Fiji, speaking with all kinds of people about Grace Road, or at least trying to.
Grace Road? Nothing much about that.
I've heard lots of rumors, but it was like none of my business.
All I know is that they say they are a Christian-based restaurant, but from what I've heard from rumors, they said they're working under cults or something like that.
I've had conversations with them. It's a confidential meeting, so I can't say more. From what I've heard, it is enough for me to know that this is not a church.
There are naked questions that only Grace Road can answer. And to get an answer of them right now, as you now know, not very easy.
They haven't talked to us. They don't even know what we're doing. And yet they're trying to shut us.
This is horrifically boring.
You know, a full court shots chance at getting a girl. So I coped my way into the gym. I said, hey, let me go on a dirty bulk until I'm 250 pounds, an acne-ridden fat fuck. And I thought that would solve all my problems. I thought being a bloated, pizza-faced jester would save.
Dodo $2, it's too fast. No, it's too boring. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Save my problems. That's why I started working out, okay? That's why. To answer your question, quite frankly. You know? I did something. Did your Cybertruck get fixed? No, that same didn't have insurance that hit me, so I reported him to ICE. So, guys, for those of you who don't know the backstory, there was this guy from Honduras, a 14-year-old little kid, who could barely see out the wheel. So he's driving like this, and he hits the back of my car. And then I get in my car, and I go over to, you know, the guy to kick his ass, and I'm like, oh, it's a 14-year-old kid. And he's sitting there like a...
Guy is fascinating. Clearly not actually teaching classes, it's all pretend. Has no fucking clue what he's talking about. Ever. Loads of blood libel. I wonder if it's a social experiment.
That guy is just a fucking retard. I don't watch any of that dude's videos. It's a waste of time. He's just a dumbass. Thanks for the donation, dude. Bagels in New York, $20. I mean, are you going to lower the amount of HGH roids you're on or the intensity frequency of your workouts? Well, I'm going to lower the doses. Do you think more side effects like your arm symptoms could happen? That's just a stupid question. Just worried about you. Take care of yourself. Sure. Thanks for the donation, dude.
What I do? So I'm like losing my shit. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck am I going to do now? This kid is like 14 and he's a midget retard. Can't even get mad. So I just start losing my shit. And I'm in public, so I can't go too bonkers, right? So I say, hey, give me your ID. He hands me like a piece of paper that was like McLovin tier that says, you know, whatever, Jose or Jose B, I forget, from Honduras. I'm like, oh, fuck, you gotta be kidding me. So I guess I'm not getting coverage on this one. So from there, you know, I file a claim. This guy doesn't have insurance. It was fake. He gave me fake papers. So I reported him to ICE, right? I reported him to ICE. I filled out a tip, and I used some connections, and I hopefully got him deported. I'm pretty sure I did, but yeah, that was a big nightmare. So I'm not
be monogamous.
Could I be monogamous? Well, yeah, absolutely, yeah. I think that's something I would have to disagree with Islam about, is the polygamy thing. I don't really think that you're ever going to be able to have these strong bonds and any type of, you know, real connection to a woman if there's 4 of them.
I mean, how's that working? You don't have to have 4. Now, 80% of Muslims have 1 wife.
Okay.
Yeah, 80% have, you know, and some have 2, some have 3. But in my opinion, I think 2 is optimal. 2 or 3 is optimal. I think 4 is too much. Like, that's too much for me personally.
So,
but how's that working out for white Christians right now? The wife guys, you see these guys.
Dude, like, this guy's such a fucking idiot. How's that working out for white Christians? Well, I don't know. They're not living in fucking shithole, broke-ass, whatever the fuck you call it, getting blown up by some other Muslim gang. So society hasn't fallen apart like all other Muslim countries.
oh, my wife, and they.
It certainly isn't for. It's not because of Christianity. It's because.
No, I'm not saying it's because of Christianity, but
Yeah.
that culture.
Yeah, it's not working out for them well, but I mean that's because the wives have been empowered to think that they could walk all over these guys, and quite frankly, it's the husband's fault for allowing it, you know. So, but I wouldn't say that that's the fault of Christianity. It's just
No, I'm not blaming Christianity, but I'm saying maybe more specifically to monogamy isn't working for white people right now. The population's declining.
Well, monogamy is not working simply due to feminism and all this kind of stuff. It's not monogamy as an isolated
That's true.
thing.
But you know, what
Monogamy is
prevents a lot of that is not only Islam, but well, not just 4 wives, but Islam. On a
Do you
whole.
think Jeremy's theory about the Curl King aka Omni King is right? Just watch a bit at 2x
I
speed.
could not give 2 fucking shits about anything to do with the Cruel King. Do not fucking care. Don't send me videos about him. Don't send me videos he's made. Don't send me videos people have made in response to him. I could not fucking care less. The guy is an idiot, nobody, lying loser, and I can't be fucked to look at any of his content or talk about him. Thanks for the donation, dude.
If you have 3 wives, they're not going to think that they're feminist girl boss. They're not. You can't have 3 feminist girl boss wives. They're going to be in their place. They're going to be competing with each other.
Yeah, but it just seems ridiculous to even think this is something that matters, because we know throughout all of history when feminism wasn't a thing, monogamy was ideal, you know. So why not just address the root cause being feminism and female empowerment to do ridiculous
So
stuff.
what's how
that is?
No.
Like, I've never got with like a black girl before.
Oh.
Trying to knock that out. You down?
No.
Not feeling it? Why not? He's not here. Where is he?
Oh, you should try someone else.
Airball. Alright, all good.
Dude, you know how retarded
It was mildly awkward.
all the girls there were? They were like, oh, I go for personality. And I'm like, and I'm not sure if you guys saw the clips. I was like, bro, this is the most like virtue signaling Jester Max that I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, it was performative, because who's buying their OnlyFans? It's literal like subhuman jesters. So of course they have to be performative and act like, you know, they would get with a guy who's got a good personality, because that's the only thing that is somewhat in, you know, the purview of the people buying this shit, is becoming somewhat of a good personality, or at least them convincing themselves that they're a good personality. So for fuck's sake, yeah, exactly. They promote it to minors, brainless bitches, right? Yeah. So everyone spam L hoes in the chat, and then he's shilling them. And I'm like, dude, I'm just telling that. Yeah, exactly. I'm telling them that, you know, I don't blame them for what they did. Like, you do OnlyFans, it's like, I get it. You know, why wouldn't you if you're a girl, chat, tell me this. If you were a girl and, you know, you could exploit people, you know, if you could exploit a bunch of incels for thousands of dollars, literally hundreds of thousands. What am I even saying? Thousands of dollars. They're making hundreds of thousands of dollars. Would you not do it? Would you not? So exactly, you would. Right. Yeah, I mean, most people logically would. And I was just telling them, like, I don't blame them for it. I just think you're fucking disgusting. And, you know, there's going to be no one that actually takes you serious. Your image is ruined. And I told them, you know, straight up, like, that's what you did. And then they got all butthurt by that. And, you know, all I said was, you know, you got to double down on your fuck up. Like, you chose this path. Now you got to stick to it. And you fuck yourself over. I wasn't even talking, dude. They were saying much worse. I never rate myself. Dude, I get the weirdest fan interactions. My fans are so weird. This guy comes up to me one day, in front of his girlfriend, by the way. First of all, how stupid could you be to ask this in front of your girlfriend? Hey man, can I get a rate? Rate me 1 through 10. Am I chopped, Clav? Is it over? Dude, imagine being that fucking stupid that you say that jester ass shit in front of your girlfriend. Now she thinks you're an incel. Now she thinks you're gay, right? Why would you phalo yourself like that? And I was like, dude, like, we can take a picture, but just stop talking to me. Just stop.
So mainstream. I can tell your chat is full of low IQ TikTok black pill consumer.
My chat.
60 IQ apes.
Shut the f up. Well, not you, but no, it's not just 60 IQ TikTok kids who are into lookism. My chat is 60 IQ SSB followers who are spamming me with 1 million dead relatives of all of the streamers. Okay? They're spamming me to do meth and do all this retarded shit. Okay? So it's not just looks maxers. Now I just have retarded looks maxers and retards. It's like I'm swarmed with retardation just from all fucking fronts.
Just tipped $3.
Some jester I saw in my mentions. I obviously had to say the N-word because of how ridiculous that was. And also, guys, just lol at the N-word, okay? The method is unpatched. Nobody gives a shit what you say anymore. So I saw like a dude call me out. He's like, oh, Clav, why do you gotta say the N-word? It's like, because it gets me views. Why would I not? Why would I not say it, okay? Like, I'm not really a hateful guy at all whatsoever. I'm just abusing an unpatched method because every single normie has their chopped off and they're too scared to, push the limits. So, the barrier to entry is up here. That's why the views are so good if you say the N-word on the internet. Because think about it. To have to say the N-word, this is the barrier to entry of what needs to be done. You need to be, financially independent. You can't have a job that someone could email your boss on LinkedIn, the video of you saying the N-word, and you get fired. You can't have that. You need to be not.
So saying the N-word is literally a flex now. It's basically like saying I'm independently wealthy. I don't have to worry about getting fired.
99th percentile height and frame. You need to be able to,
shit.
fend off any people that come up to you in real life and press you over saying the N-word, right? Because you physically dominate them. So just those 2 percentiles. Self-sufficient financially and 99th percentile height and frame already wipes out like 99.9999, and then you add being based on top of that. Dude, that's like maybe 3 people in this entire world that could say the N-word. That's like me, TJR, and I don't really know who else because everyone else does it by accident. I'd say me and TJR are probably, he's 6'6", by the way, guys, and self-sufficient.
I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of people who say the N-word. They're just broke and work at Walmart, and they live in the Midwest.
Financially, he's a day trader. What are they going to do? Ban him from Forex? So me and TJR are arguably the only people who not only have the balls, but have the means financially and physically to say the N-word. So I'm very...
Well, that's weird.
Also, like, here you go, just drugs. Are we the last generation of natural lifters? I know that sounds like a ridiculous question, but it's one I've been asking myself more and more. It seems like every year, steroid use and SARMs and peptides and TRT are becoming much more prevalent. So are natural lifters going the way of the dodo? Let's dig into this question. So I've been meaning to talk about this topic for a while. It's been on my mind.
Okay, I'll just tell you. Seems like you embarrassed him so badly in that debate that it compelled him to create the Omni King second account purely focused on anti-vegan content. You've sent this man into a downward spiral of desperation and insanity. Proud of you.
Couldn't give 2 shits about that loser. Just totally not worth my time. So great. Thanks for the donation, Several Beans.
But Mr. Mike gave me a great opportunity.
This is the era of enhancement, you guys. The era of humanity doing as well as it could with its own biology was amazing. And it's about to be over, because what we can do with advanced pharmaceuticals on top of that is just going to get more people into shape.
He did a whole video on a new, quote-unquote new, you'll see, drug called Azilprag. I don't know, a lot of these drugs have wild names. It sounds like a dragon in Dungeons & Dragons, right? Like the party gathered and ventured forth to slay the mighty Azilprag. Unfortunately, a lot of them got liver damage in the process. You'll see why. So basically, this drug promises to build muscle effortlessly to help you lose fat and just improve your body composition without ever doing anything crazy like touching a weight. Although if you do choose to, for some reason, go down that road, it'll actually help on top of that. Unfortunately, it was discontinued late last year, because some participants were showing liver issues, about 5% of participants. But this was serious enough for them to stop the trial immediately, and the
I'd have to look into this. Usually when what are the two markers that they use for, like, they say they're liver enzymes, but they're not actually liver enzymes? GGT is the only actual marker of liver function. The other two, for whatever reason, they say they're liver enzymes. They're not liver enzymes. It's like another marker of muscle metabolism. So if presumably you're taking a drug that massively increases the amount of muscle you build, you'd expect for those metabolites to kind of show up on your blood test or be elevated. I plateaued on bench and I'm doing incline plus decline bench for 7 to 8 reps to break through it, but it's not working. Should I go on a bigger bulk to break through the plateau? Well, you're incline and decline benching and you're doing 7 to 8 reps for whatever fucking reason. So it just sounds like you're training like a fucktard. I don't know what getting fat is going to do for you. So I'd recommend just training better.
The company that is making it, they lost 75% of their value upon this news. So this is a big deal. It wasn't like, oh, just a small thing.
What?
Just some pesky liver enzymes, as Mike implies. No, it was serious. But I guess when you take that many steroids and growth hormone and insulin for that many years, like, yeah, your liver is showing signs of distress. It's really not that big a deal. These participants really need to man the fuck up. And
injectable steroids and growth hormone do not damage your liver.
Ignore these liver. Who cares about that? And I don't know if they filmed this before. They're known for filming a bunch of videos in batches and then just kind of squeezing them out to the audience later. Or maybe they just didn't do a quick Google search. I'm not entirely sure. But this drug it's terminated. It's not coming back. It seems to be completely dead in the water. However, there are some other options if you want to just take a magic pill to get jacked, coming in like 2027, 28, 29. So this stuff is probably going to happen regardless of Azelprag. If it is going to be used or not. And I'll never forget this. It was a few years ago. I won't say who it was. It was a big content creator. And they were giving examples of lifters in the fitness industry, content creators, and every single one of them was enhanced. Unnatural, whatever you want to call it. Potato. And I asked them about it, and they said they couldn't find any natural lifter who was big enough of a name to get clicks and views. Every single one was enhanced. And it does seem like most of the biggest channels, especially on the more visual platforms, TikTok, Instagram, are saucy. And it does seem like TRT or sports TRT, fitness industry TRT, are becoming a lot more common, a lot more popular, and some people are open about this, and I applaud those who are. I think it's important to be transparent. But it does seem like the younger cohort especially, it's way, way more common than it used to be. Atlas Power Shrugged did a video about a dad who had a 16-year-old on TRT because he was feeling like tired or cranky or some shit.
Yeah, I saw this video. I don't know why they'd presume anything. So, what was this kid's testosterone level before he went on TRT? For all they know, it could have been, like, literally single digits. He may have had, like, undescended testicles or something fucking crazy. Like some fucked problem where he just was not going through normal puberty. So how in the fuck do you know that a 16-year-old shouldn't go on TRT when you do not know the 16-year-old in question and have no clue what his medical problems are?
You don't need to put your 16-year-old on TRT in the overwhelmingly vast majority
Why?
of cases. I started getting...
Oh, overwhelmingly vast majority of cases. Okay, so please explain to me why this case is one of those cases.
Getting TRT ads.
They don't know. All they can do is moralize and bullshit.
It's like right past 30. I'm 36 now. And it's becoming younger and younger. I saw a Natty or Not video a few weeks ago where they said, like, oh, look at these guys. They're out here looking like this at 35 years old. I was like 35 years old. I used to hear like, oh yeah, 50. That's when you need to like start thinking about TRT or like hormone replacement. And then it was like 45 and 40. And now it's like 30 to 35. Like, do you not feel as good as you used to? Like, are you having trouble getting your D hard? Like, all these things. Like, if you're past the age of 30, you know, things are going downhill year by year. On average, yeah, but they don't need to. They don't have to. That's not destiny. That's not...
Again, I don't think they really consider what the words they use mean. What utility does need to have in that sentence? Like, yeah, you can live and be androgen deficient. You don't need TRT. You can feel like shit, look like shit, have lower life expectancy. You don't need TRT. You can just live a shitty life. I don't know what he means by need.
Preordained. And it does seem very, very easy to get. You look at Alex Eubank. He just went in and was like, hey, I have a headache or some shit. He's like, hey, here's some drugs. The day of, right away. Boom. Give up your Natty card for nothing. Like, just, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And it does seem like there's two weird factors at play here. First, it does seem that standards overall for what is considered to be an impressive physique are going up. There is this physique inflation that is going on, which in some ways is good. Like, it forces you to get better. But at a certain point, it could be that the only way to develop a standout physique is to be enhanced, right? Like, the new standard is going to be beyond the natural muscular potential, like, even for the elite. That could happen, right? More people on juice, the more that is normal, and if you're natural, you just can't compete. However, natural standards seem to be
good. So if everyone starts going on steroids, that means pharmaceutical companies are just going to invest more money in research into creating better steroids. So good. Yeah, take steroids.
Going down. If you see any natural lifter who's a top guy or even somewhat impressive, if their post pops off, and I've experienced this myself, if your post pops off, you start getting like, oh, but what about the juice? What about the trend? You start seeing syringe emojis. So in the mainstream, natural standards are low, but to go viral, you have to be really, really high. So there's basically just no way to win in some ways as a natural lifter, apart from like not dying so young. That's kind of a nice, it's the little things in life that make it worth living. And let's not kid ourselves by thinking that the majority of people on anabolics are going beyond their genetic natural muscular potential. That is absolutely not true. Some are, but many are absolutely not. You see people hopping on earlier and earlier when they haven't learned to diet or train or push themselves or program or do.
Yeah, so, Zorizon, why would you ask me such a stupid fucking question? Do you just want attention? Dumb fuck.
Anything. And they're basically getting their natural gains, and sometimes, like, they're newbie gains. In a lot of places, I've heard stories, Brazil, some places in Eastern Europe, where it is so common that if you want to go to the gym, you start a cycle. Like, they just go hand in hand. There are some personal trainers where if you want to work with them, they give you the drugs, day one. Like, oh, you want to build muscle? Like, here you go, just drugs. Drugs, I'm not going to work with you if you don't take drugs. That is a real thing. Not super common, but increasingly common. By the way, this video is sponsored by me. So we launched the GVS Hypertrophy app. So it gives you a customized, personalized, individualized program, and then it keeps you progressing.
Stop it. Get away, you psycho. Stop. I know you're about to bite me.
Ow! Jump scaring a cat.
Hey y'all, so it's a missing kitten, right? Named Mama Tom, age 3. Listens to
Scolding him for the mess.
No water.
He was born to be a musician.
Yo.
So we are looking at 141.
Oh, it's real. Too quick to abandon ship.
Oh no. Oh.
She grew up with dogs.
Oh. Oh, look how orange. Oh my god, that's nice.
Over time. So just like I would in my normal coaching, it gives you something tailored to you specifically, and then it also adjusts things over time, but at a tiny fraction of the price. Feedback has been really, really good. Everyone's been making once. It's part of being like a 16 to 25-year-old guy. You want it now. You're driven. You want to achieve things. You're not thinking about what your 30 or 35 or 40 or 50 or 60-year-old self wants. What do you want right now? That's the mentality. And if someone is very, very serious about things, they show a lot of potential, they've been lifting for many, many years, they really know their shit, and they decide to hop on, fair play. I know tons of people in the fitness industry who have done that. You're not going to hear a word from me, shaming them or anything like that. But if someone hops on in the first year or two and they're blasting their face off and you would never know it by looking at their physique, I do think that deserves a little bit of shaming. Because they are doing something which is stupid and actively bad for them right now, and especially in the future. So yeah, stupidity should be shamed. And I know that Mike really likes Big Pharma.
Don't know how you could figure it's stupid. Depends.
I don't know if they're paying him directly or it's just like a weird passion project of his, but he really likes the idea of human augmentation and like futurism, changing yourself through chemistry and science. And I get that. That's fine. It's certainly not my cup of tea at all. I'm kind of the worst nightmare of Big Pharma. I haven't taken a pill in I mean, I haven't had a headache in years. For him, like it's the way to go. For me, I always look about, okay, what are the fundamentals? Put in the work. But for some people, they don't.
Doesn't this guy live in China? Wasn't he forced to, like, get a vaccine? I swear he would have had to have been forced to get a vaccine.
Like putting in the work. And so they want to find some way around that. It's not a way on top of it, it's a way around for most people. And do we even like lifting? Or is it just some nuisance that you have to do in order to get some end result? I know a lot of people, they do have that mentality, which is why they gravitate towards the chemical side of things. But that's not going to help you be sustainable in the process if you never learn to love the process because you just get it instantly or very quickly. There's nothing wrong with slow gains. And in fact,
there you go. Yeah, No other aspect of your life does anybody think about this. Let me make less money over a longer period of time. I could choose a job where I make more money for less work, but let me make less money for more work. Let me, like, get a car that goes shorter on more gas. Let me take longer to do the same thing. Like, no one thinks that way in any other aspect of their life. But when you tell them you can you can grow faster taking steroids, that's a shortcut. I want to waste my time. It's so stupid.
I would prefer slower, more sustainable gains rather than gaining like 20 or 30 pounds of muscle in a year. And being jacked loses a lot.
Buddy, 20, 30 pounds of muscle in a year? No, you build 20, 30 pounds of muscle in like 2 or 3 months. Dude, that is hilarious. That's fucking adorable. Dude, I gained 30 pounds, and it seems like it's 30 pounds of muscle in literally 3 months. Like, not even. A fucking year? Give me a break, dude.
A lot of meaning if someone just took a pill to do it. They didn't have to get over those plateaus. They didn't have to learn anything during the process. The minute they plateaued, they just upped the dose. And that happens consistently. You really do see people, especially if they hopped on early, they don't know what they're doing.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Because they never had to learn. And the Iron game is a lot like other games. Let's say you meet someone in a game and they have a bunch of really rare items that you could only get from playing the highest level, the most difficult content. You would expect them to be really good at the game. Unless they're Elon Musk or something, right? But what if they were terrible and they had all these amazing items? You'd be like, what's going on? Did you just pay for these? Did you dupe them? What's going on? It doesn't really make any sense. And it's the same thing with anabolic steroids in a lot of cases. And if you had to actually grind...
I think it's a little overhyped. The concern I would have with somebody who's a fairly young individual, is, yeah, like once you have that lever you can pull where they're on gear, if they end up having a plateau, rather than recognizing, okay, they have to change their training or eat better or something, they just have that lever to pull where they can take more steroids or choose a different steroid. They can run into, like, some side effects. Like, more gear doesn't equal more gains. You're gonna reach a limit, and especially with, like, bullcrap like orals or some, like, really harsh injectables like Tren, yeah, you could you could definitely fuck your health up, but, you know, people can, like, most people can't tolerate drugs past a certain point. I've kind of found that out recently. I was having a bit of water retention with the doses I was taking, and I ended up having really bad carpal tunnel, so I haven't injected anything in the last few days. I've been letting the water retention go down, and, like, you know, you just kind of have to figure these things out. But, yeah, like, it's a little overhyped. Even if you have that lever to pull, you can't just keep taking more and more and more drugs. You're gonna just have side effects that are intolerable, and then you're gonna figure out, oh, I gotta find a way to kind of get over this plateau without the drugs.
for the gains, you appreciate them so much more. It's the ones who skipped right to the end, who are totally results focused, who they don't even like the game. Doesn't mean anything to them. Because they didn't actually have to put in the work and enjoy the process because they never actually learned how to do that. They just wanted those quick results. And a lot of the fitness industry, it's people who duped items trying to convince new players to pay them to teach them how to play the game, even if they themselves never learned. Crazy. And this is not the first time that Mike has put out this kind of content. He's done videos where, hey, if you're thinking about getting into anabolics, to his audience of mostly beginners, this is how you would do it. This is what you would take. Now, he didn't have
Mike Israel is a fucktard. I wouldn't listen to anything he has to say.
like links in the bio, but you don't really need to tell your audience of beginners which drugs that they should be taking on their first cycle. Okay, they don't even need to think about that. And I actually almost think that back in like the 1980s, 1990s, where it wasn't really talked about, maybe that was better in a lot of ways. We're into the era of transparency, but combined with the lowering natural standards and people wanting their physique right away, a lot of people are hopping on way before it actually makes sense. And if you think about it, the natural lifting journey, it's actually pretty fucking sweet.
It always makes sense to go on gear. You just make progress faster. So that's a little silly to say. You're probably going to get the best results and have lowest risk of side effects after you've lifted naturally for a few years. But it always makes sense to hop on. Like, unless you're really unhealthy and overweight or something, where you would realistically have trouble like actually tolerating the drugs, but pretty much always makes sense to hop on.
If I talk to people who are like 50, 60, and they've been doing it for a really long time, gains, they're fast in the beginning and then they slow down. You have to tinker and plan and change things and experiment a little bit, and then they slow down even more. But like, you can keep making gains for a really long time, and then also maintaining it, sustaining it, really not that difficult. And then the fall off, it's very...
Yeah, you can just keep living off of minimum wage. Prices might increase and your rent might go up, but you can find ways to just keep living off of minimum wage. Like, why would you do that?
very slow and very slight, and some of the best natural bodybuilders in the world, they're in their 50s. Even in their 60s, you can still look fantastic. Whereas if you go enhanced day one, I mean, where do you go from there? I mean, yeah, there are some guys who are...
you make progress just like everybody else. You're not Ronnie Coleman day one, so...
Worked out really well. You look at Arnold, C-Bomb, Jay Cutler. Yeah, it worked out for them. But you also don't see the ones where things didn't go so well, right? It is more common when someone's like, show me the bodies from steroids. Like, how many bodies do you need, bro? And either the fall off is much, much faster and steeper on the back end. Like, the rise, I'm sure, is great. But the fall, people don't really think about that. And I would bet if you look at the guys where they're taking SARMs and steroids at like 16, 17, 18, how many are even lifting in 5 years, and 10 years, and 20 years? Probably not that many of them.
How many people are lifting, period, in 5, 10, 20 years? Nobody.
Because how much allure is natural training going to be after you've experienced, all the amazing pumps and, I'm crushing it, I'm putting 30 pounds per month on my bench, that kind of stuff. Like, how do you deal with the much slower progression and the idea that you might not ever get back to where you were, and probably won't in a lot of cases? How do you deal with that mentally? A lot of people just can't, and so they quit. That being said, no matter how much Mike would like to...
I don't understand what argument he's trying to make. Why would you ever come off steroids? So he's saying, if you're on steroids and then you come off, you're not going to want to train anymore. Okay, then why would you come off?
Think this, the body is not technology. It does not become obsolete, okay? You look at a picture of Steve Reeves from almost 100 years ago, he still looks fantastic. And
Manlet, do you even fucking lift, faggot?
A picture of Steve Reeves.
Bro, this guy is not jacked. Like, sure, he'll get attention from girls at a beach or something, but, give me a fucking break. This dude is just not jacked. At least not by today's standards. Okay, what are his arms, maybe 16 and a half, or... Yeah, probably 16 and a half inches. My arms were as big as his when I was, in fucking high school.
From almost 100 years ago, he still looks fantastic. And most people would prefer that physique to the people on all of the pharma. And so...
Who fucking cares?
It's not like, no one uses a BlackBerry anymore. No one uses a rotary phone. Like, technology from 20, 30, 40 years ago, it's just completely obsolete. That's not how things work. And steroids don't give you a better physique. They give you a bigger physique. I think Dorian was right when he's talking
They may or may not give you a bigger and or a better physique.
about a bigger bag of shit.
Because a bag of shit gets bigger. It's just a bigger bag of shit. Still a bag of shit. You know what I mean, mate?
Also, Shane from Boney to Beastly had a really good video out recently talking about how most men, they don't want to look like a steroid, roided out, enhanced bodybuilder, and certainly...
Yep, most men are fucking weak-ass beta males. So, yeah, most dudes are kind of like gay, and they're thinking, but if I have muscles that are too big, then there might be some girls that don't like me as much. And I want to waste my time with some dumb bitch who will nag and tell me what to do and how to run my life. So I'm not going to, like, take steroids and get too bulky because I want some fucking dumb bitch telling me what to do all day and running my life. That's how most dudes think these days, so... Cam $22, wow, this guy's so strong, even more strong than you, even very impressed. Oh, this dork. Well, considering he did this with, like, wrapped up, like, everything and a slingshot, I don't know. Yeah, didn't he do this with a slingshot? Yeah, it's... I have no idea how much he can actually lift, but this is not a real lift. Yeah, so this is not a lift. So he's using elbow wraps and a slingshot, and his ass isn't even on the bench. This is just a fucking joke. I don't know why people are doing such fucktarded shit. Thanks for the donation, Cam.
Most women, they're not attracted to that. Some are, but the vast majority are absolutely not. And most men overestimate how much muscle women want. I mean, if you want to...
I do not give two fucking shits what women want. Could not fucking care less. If you're thinking of things from the mindset of what do women want, you've already fucking lost. Why the hell would you care what some dumb bitch wants? I live for myself. I don't know why the hell you're gonna try to please some women. They're always going to be cranky and moody and unsatisfied, so why even bother trying to make women happy? Just do whatever the fuck you want to do.
To do well with women, this is all the lean body mass you need. Right, Chocho? Look how cute he is. Like, if I'm walking him around, game over. And so consider the consequences of trying to jump to the end of the game. If you could snap your fingers and get all the best items, all the loot, what then? And sometimes it can feel like the only way to make it in the fitness industry is to take drugs. I don't think that's really the case. I think for most people, that's not what limits their visibility. It's more their personality. Can they talk? Are they entertaining? It's not just, oh, if I got bigger, then I would totally have a following. No, like, what do you provide apart from that? Like cute little doggies. He's a celebrity.
Who are on that side of things, and I think it's entirely justified, all right? I'm not the kind of person where I'm like, drugs are evil. I mean, I could see myself, under different circumstances, just absolutely blasting my face off, right? Like if I had started younger, if I was around them more, if they were more normalized to me, maybe if I wasn't married. I mean, I know people who went through a breakup, and like that was the thing that where they're like, all right, fuck it, let's get huge. And so, you know, I get it, I understand it, but for the vast majority of people, it just doesn't really make sense, and I don't think natural lifters overall are going to be going anywhere. And then there's also the concept of no free...
For the vast majority of people, it makes a fuck ton of sense. Like, especially considering most people don't have, like, ideal genetics, work ethic, all that. So, makes all the more sense for people to use gear.
Lunch, I mean, it's nice to think of some pill where there's zero side effects, like you just get big, bro. No, there's always going to be... Like, you can't be 300 pounds off of one pill. No, it's going to be polypharmacy, it's going to be the blood pressure, and there's going to be other issues which you have to compensate for. And then, you know, anything that impacts your hormones. Essentially, Big Daddy TRT now has you literally by the balls, potentially for the rest of your life. So, yeah, it's something that... Don't throw away your natty card before really, really thinking about it.
I don't know why people always think of, like, oh, but if I go on TRT, I'm going to have to stay on it for life to maintain the benefits. Okay, so I guess you should never exercise, because if you want to maintain the benefits of exercise, you have to keep exercising. And guess what? Exercise requires a lot more hard work, difficulty, and commitment than just injecting something, into your shoulder or butt cheeks or whatever injection site you prefer. So, like, if you're going to say, oh, really consider before you take it, because, like, you're going to have to keep doing it if you want the benefits. Okay, well, then I guess you should not weight train or exercise or run or do anything physically active, because in order to maintain the benefits from that, you have to keep doing it. Like, that's just silly.
And there's really no harm in waiting either. And if you're like, well, I'm 3, 4, 5 years into lifting, and gains have plateaued, guess I'm at my natural limit. You're not. You're just straight up not. I mean, there are so many examples of natural lifters who are still making gains 10, 12, 15, even 20 years into training. So what are the odds that you're like some kind of weird freak where you peaked at 5 years into lifting? No, okay, there are always ways to make progress. And the minute you hop on steroids, you always have that out to stop figuring things out and just adjust the dosage. And the same goes for any other drug, whether it's Risetta or whatever the fuck this drug was called, or Balrogazog, or they all have such weird names. But yeah, you're always going to have that out of like, what if I take another drug? What if I combine it with this? What if I take more? It's just not a good road for most people. And I've got a few questions about peptides. And this is where if something has only upside and no downside, right? Like if you take this thing and it helps you heal quicker, for me, the only reason why I wouldn't take it is because it's banned in competition and I might compete. But the argument of like, oh, it's impacting your health, it's impacting your longevity. If it doesn't actually do that and actually helps you train, which is good for your health, it's actually healthy, right? And so just keep in mind a lot of this stuff doesn't really have a ton of research behind it. Some it does, some doesn't. And then it's also entirely unregulated, so you don't know what you're really getting.
The peptide market is safer than the supplement market. So if you go to any good reputable website, they'll have third-party testing and verification. You can look up the batch number so you actually know what you're getting. If you order any supplements online, they don't do that. You're just getting mystery powder.
But yeah, the main reason I wouldn't take it because I might compete, and if it's banned in competition, I don't want to take something and then like, oh, I have to sit out longer than I would want. So that's my personal reason. But if you're not competing, just be careful. And there are definitely some people who are...
When the fuck has this guy ever competed in a sport? I think he did long distance running like, what, a decade ago?
A little bit silly in their arguments, and I think they're just kind of talking themselves into drug use or maybe justifying their own use, where if you use machines at the gym, well, that's not natural. The creatine, that's not natural. Oh.
And doesn't this guy live in China? Do they drug test sports in China?
Cavemen would have had access to that.
I don't think they
Basically,
do.
if you use any kind of technology, a belt, good lighting in the gym, well, it's the same as being on anabolic steroids, right?
So I don't think we are the last generation of natural lifters, but a lot of this is cultural. How acceptable are steroids? Will they become legal in the future? Oh, there's these pills you can just take. And so...
Nobody's going to be natural in like 10 years. Nobody.
People think lifting is actually worth it. Is lifting something people are actually going to be enjoying or not? There's a lot of factors that go into this. Personally, I don't have any interest in these types of things because for me, lifting is a lot more valuable than just the results. Anyway, that's just what I think. Let me know what your...
Again, we're going to die at some point. So I don't know why people emphasize, like, oh, it's the journey, not the destination. Like, if I showed these people a way to double the rate of muscle growth naturally with some unique form of exercise or training, presumably they would train better to double their rate of muscle growth. They wouldn't say, no, I'm going to train worse just because it's the journey, not the destination. Like, no, they'd train better. They would train in a more effective manner that doubled their rate of muscle growth because it's primarily about the destination. That's primarily what it's about. Like, yeah, sure, they might like lifting and everything, but if you could show them how to massively increase the rate of muscle growth, they'd do it.
What's your best dating advice to guys in their 20s?
Don't put up with any shit. If a bitch thinks she can tell you what to do, dump her. Thanks for the donation, Soy Milk.
Opinion is in the comments down below. Check out the app. I will leave a link in a pinned comment. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
All right, so I would say Jeffrey Verity Schofield is by far the least retarded of those Noble Natty influencer dorks. You know, like, Jeffrey would definitely be the least retarded. Then you'd probably have Basement Bodybuilding, then NH, and then Atlas Power Shrugged at the top of the retard totem.
This is your daily dose of cats.
Tina, do not be mad at mommy. You have to sit in a car seat because if we got into a wreck, you would die. I promise you it is for your benefit. Please don't be mad.
Why the f is there a goddamn chipmunk in the bathroom, Lenny? Oh my gosh.
Wow, that's a person. Is it possible that law enforcement in the U.S. might crack down harder on steroid users if more people start taking them? No, that's pretty much impossible. There's a few reasons for that. One reason is the police are all on steroids. So if the police are all on steroids, they're not going to want to go after steroid dealers. So, there's a reason why, you know, these drugs end up becoming so prevalent, and, yeah, don't think law enforcement corruption has nothing to do with it. And two, they've got bigger problems like fentanyl and stuff. Why would they give two shits if somebody's taking steroids if there's a fuck ton of like fentanyl addicts? So it's not happening. Ow.
Aluminum foil cat with aluminum foil, looking like a hot dog with aluminum foil.
Oh no. Oh.
Why can't you be that calm and nice?
Yeah.
Ash?
These are some good cats.
Hey buddy, what you doing?
Oh.
No, she is not. That was a large cat. Cheeseburger?
That's the last thing she.
Long, I've been waiting for this. Woo, am I about to make?
Oh. Oh, that dog must have a weird genetic condition. Where if it gets excited, it, like, goes stiff. Weird.
Frank got the cord. Oh, Frank got a foot on his head. Beans! Beans! Beans!
It's a new baby. You want him? Yeah. There's that baby. And then there's the one more. They're just gonna live in here for a little bit. Do you like him?
Those are cats. Those were all cats. Cat, 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 cat. Cat. Cats do cat things. Cat.
Morphe Richards.
This guy's face is very large. It's like a pumpkin. I've given you too much money today. Donate $2. The steroid journey. Will yours look similar?
Get it on your own. X gon' deliver.
Oh yeah, I remember this. Summer's a really good character on the show. She's funny. Yeah, I remember this though. Hopefully I do end up building bigger wheels than them. Thanks for the donation, dude.
That produces no heat. 13 months after I backed the Kickstarter.
Yeah, this guy's like his head is like a pumpkin.
It's finally
Dude, that must be so uncomfortable.
here. And wow, it is the worst portable air conditioner I have ever used. But
I'm still high. And I would like to, cat. That's not nice. Don't do that. These people are jackasses. Hmm.
I rule this world.
This is some weird Neogen.
Fight.
Yeah. I've tried some of these 2D Mortal Kombat Neogens. They're fucking janky as fuck. I don't know how anybody plays these. Shiva was such a terrible character. An MK3. She's kind of sexy, to be honest. Like, I know she has a gross face and everything, but like, she has a good ass. And like, who cares if she has 4 arms? She's still got 2 good tits. Just the face is kind of weird, you know?
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, this is horrendous, especially the scaling. Fuck the scaling.
Fatality.
That's one thing I really didn't like about the fatalities in the, like, after Mortal Kombat 1, Why did they make it so that when people exploded, there'd be like 8 arms and like 10 rib cages and 3 skulls? I did not understand that. Why didn't they just make it so that if somebody exploded or like their bones get shot out, it would just shoot out the skeleton? It was so annoying to me.
Fatality.
With MK2 and 3 when they did that.
Round 1. Fight.
I always liked Kano though. He was a cool character. Liu Kang in green looks wrong. That looks super weird.
Wins. Round 2. Fight.
Jeez. Yeah, this is dumb. Cabal was OP as fuck in MK3. Mirror match. Dude, this is a fucking ridiculously long challenge tower. Ah, Quan Chi. That's funny. Motaro kind of looks cool in the red and black. Shao Kahn is definitely the most bullshit final boss. Punched him in the nipple. His only weakness. Okay, well... I'm still quite high. Quite high. And tired now. But my wrists and forearms are feeling a lot better. Which is what the goal was for today anyway. So mission accomplished. Got the job done. If you were in Akash Singh's position, would you still get a divorce, even if it meant losing a lot of money? You're gonna lose more money in the long run, as it is, not to mention, like, I don't know, human dignity, life purpose, and happiness, whatnot. If that guy had a good lawyer, honestly, he probably wouldn't have to worry about some of that stuff. Like, she's openly talked about cheating on him. Openly. She's also clearly lied to him about being a virgin before they met. So if that guy had a good lawyer, they'd probably be able to figure out some way to get a divorce settlement without paying that bitch any money. Because that just seems unhinged to me, that you could have an Indian guy who thought he was getting into a traditional marriage with a virgin, and then this chick is like openly talking about fucking this dude's like best friend. So, yeah, even without that, I'd still divorce that stupid fucking cunt. Like, they don't have any kids right now. There's no reason per se for her to even get any money from the dude. She's young. She can work and make a living on her own. Like, if there was ever a good time to do it, it would be now to get the divorce. So, that guy's a stupid motherfucker, dude. Like, it's hilarious. Myron's a dumbass when it comes to a lot of things, but if he's right about anything, it's that men should never get married, and that guy is like the perfect example of why. But anyway, I'm rambling because I'm high. Soggy Balls donated $3. Let me see.
That's all I got.
Have a fun ride.
Rain bet, rain bet, rain bet, rain bet, rain bet, rain bet.
That's all I got.
You know, I think if I won the lottery, I'd probably do this. Just make them endure bizarre videos and make them confused for content. Yeah, that's at least better than, I don't know, the gay charity videos where you just give a homeless person money. Gotta make them work for it and suffer to some extent. Thanks for the donation, though, Soggy Balls. Anyway, I'm gonna try to get some sleep and not be high tomorrow. But I should be on. My wrists and hands and forearms are much better today, so, hopefully we keep on track with those improvements. And I will see you all tomorrow. I hope you had a great deal of fun on tonight's stream. I hope you thoroughly enjoyed yourselves and were entertained, amused, and perhaps you also learned some things. And hopefully you find some good hentai tonight. But I'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks again, and sweet dreams.